Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome. Welcome to Legalese 123. I'm your host, MissyK. Good morning, my law lovies. How are you today? All right, let's go live on Tickety Talk. My headphones are already bothering me. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Lauren. Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Oh boy. It is already a day, and I'll wait for you all to get on. It is already a day, and I'm done. It's already a day, and it's done. Hello, Charlie. Hello, if you're just joining me, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 21. Day 21. Good morning, Kimberly. Good morning, R3D79. Oh, Kimberly, I'll tell you in just a minute. As soon as everybody gets on here, I am having a morning already. Good morning, Miss Rivera. Hello, Sabrina. Good morning, Miss Mary. Oh, morning. Mary already shared the live. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. Off topic, do I think Aisha will be at the trial for David? To be honest with you, I don't know who that is. All I know so far with the David case is that, you guys, these headphones. Your favorite show is on, Chris. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You guys, I'm going to need some extra care today, and I'll tell you in just a few minutes what is going on. Cassidy, hello. Good morning. Cindy, hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. You guys, when I have my headphones on, I can't hear how loud I am, so I feel sometimes I'm screaming at you. So I apologize if I am screaming at you. I don't mean to. His friend who knew about her and his relationship. Well, then I would say Charlie, the answer is yes. Is it Charlie? Is it Charlie XA or is it Charlie? Am I saying it right? Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for going ahead and hitting that like button already this morning. I appreciate that. As soon as we get a whole bunch more people in, we will begin. I know court has already started. You know I'm behind. We always catch up. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. There's no reason to panic. We always catch up. And besides that, they do the sidebars. And, oh, hang on. I was getting my TikTok up and it makes the noise. All right, everybody. So as you guys know, sometimes in life, you are the bug or the windshield. So I need some love today, this morning. I know it's playing in the background. I stopped it. You guys need to tell me, put a 1 in the chat if you're the bug today, put a 2 in the chat if you're the windshield. The bug means you're having a bad day or you've had a bad day already and, the windshield is winning. The windshield is the one that's winning and it means you're having a good day. So those of you who are the 2s and who are the windshield, you need to help out us 1s who are the bugs. Oh no, Melissa said she has to take her aunt to the ER. So if anyone, send her some praise. Oh goodness, girl, you're having a bug day as well. I am so sorry. 2 so far. Yay for the 2s. Yay for the 2s who are the windshields. I appreciate you. So just a quick update. I have been up since 4 o'clock this morning, not by choice. At 2, but it's early. So as you guys know, as you may realize or understand, that I am sort of like the therapist on the channel here, right? But last night my husband needed the therapy. So at 4 a.m. he was tossing and turning, which made me toss and turn. And then I said, what is going on? And so we got no sleep and we just sat up and talked. I had to give him a pep talk today before he went into work. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, we had a pep talk. So no sleepy for me, me very tired, me already had one big cup of coffee, and we'll see how long that will last. So that is what's going on. And I know it's going to be a long court date today, but you guys are here. I'm here. I appreciate everyone. Just wanted to let you guys know that, listen, it's not all rainbows and sunshines, right? And as you guys know, I'm very transparent. I want to be super honest with you that this is my life. What you see isn't always what you get. And my husband and I were talking about this, and we were talking about like me wearing this bow, right? Me wearing the bow and a persona, and that you got to put your pants on and you got to get out there and you got to go and be. You got to go and do and be. So, everybody, you got to get up and do and be. You woke up with no internet that you needed for work, and then you already had an angry customer calling you. You're having a bug day too. So we're going to turn those bug days into a windshield day, right? Right. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate you guys too. So, see, when you guys have bad days, I try to cheer you up, and then here now you get to cheer me up. So, I appreciate you guys. I knew that you guys would understand. I know he is so lucky to have me, isn't he? And when he gets home, I'll remind him of that. So, you guys, I'm also very upset as well because my daughter has rejected me. My daughter, I told you, my daughter, she is like 18 going on 31. If she could leave me and go out into the world and be her own person and doesn't need me, she totally would. So today is her first day of school. And did I get to she's a senior in high school. Did I get to go and take a picture of her for her first day of school? Did I get to give her a hug and send her off? No, 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 you guys. You know what she did? She decided she was going to go stay at her friend's house last night. That's right. So she stayed at her friend's house last night, and she's just like, Mom, I'm just going to go to school tomorrow morning. And I'm like, okay. I tried really hard. We had a big fight, but she's super independent, which I should be very, very happy for her. But of course, I'm in the middle of the night worried as well at 4 o'clock in the morning, worried whether or not she's going to get up and go to school. I have never had a problem with her going to school. She is the most reliable child that I have. I kid you. I kid you not. I kid you not. She's the most reliable child that I've ever had. And it's so hard. It's so hard to let her go and to be. That it's just, so I don't worry about her. I worry about other people, especially since this is what I cover, crime. I'm worried about other people criming. That's what I'm worried about. I am so thankful for her independence, but she just, like she doesn't need me. She needs me for money sometimes, but that's it. That's it. And then I looked, you guys, so I thought, oh, she's going to be home, this afternoon, and I could give her a hug and just ask her how her day is. No, she has to work tonight. She doesn't get home until 10 o'clock. And I'm already tired, so I'll be in bed. So just, oh, Sweaty, your 2 sons left for freshman year in college. Life 360 is your new favorite reality show. Did you cry? Did you cry? Because we have a college age child, and he's going to be a junior this year. And I cry every time he leaves, but then I get over it. But the first ones to go, it's a lot. It's a lot. Oh, you guys are super good today. So yes, Natalie, my husband needs me, but my child doesn't. So I should be grateful, right? I'm so grateful. I am so grateful that, one needs comfort and the other one doesn't need me for anything. So it's okay. It's all right. I'll take it. I'll take it. So my oldest is going to go off to college. He leaves this weekend. And I said, all right, well, you're going to pack your stuff up and everything. You're going to pack everything up. I'm not packing anything. You're going to pack it up. He's like, don't worry, bro, Mom. I got it. I got it. You guys, I can guarantee you. I told him, make a list. And he didn't make a list. And I know that he's going to be calling me up. He's going to be calling me up and he's going to say, hey, I forgot something. And I'm going to say, Amazon, DoorDash. You're going to have to figure it out because at some point in time, you're going to have to cut them off. You're going to have to cut them off. So I've got one who's super independent, doesn't need me, and the other one who thinks he's got everything together and he doesn't. So, yeah. I've been watching too much TV, or you've been watching too much TV. You guys, I haven't watched any television. Once I'm done talking to you and I make all my TikToks and everything, I'm done for the day. It's time for me to go to bed. Both your college kids forgot stuff this year. Amy, last year, my child, when he was leaving to come back home, he forgot half of his clothes. So half of his clothes are already over there. He has to go get them when he goes back. I kid you not. I kid you not. I'm hoping that my child feels that way too. I hope my child, when she comes back, yeah, Eva, 13 turns into 18, and then they're like, back up, mom. I don't need you anymore. One forgot 2 belts, the other forgot 5 different things. I already know what this boy is gonna forget. So I'm just sitting down waiting. All right, my lovies, I know you're not here to hear me complain. This case has consumed me. It has consumed me as well. And you guys, I full circled my husband with this case. And I'm like, this woman, she thinks she has it all and she wants to have it all and she can't, and she turned to medication. We should turn to medication. But then medication did things to her. And the I swear to you, I think the medication made it 10 times worse. And then like all of her problems were the medication. And then, then it ended up with, where she is. So it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Here's some giant hugs for everybody. Here we go. Giant hugs. Giant hugs for everybody. It is. This case is, I did not want to cover this case, but my friend, and you know who you are, she does watch me. She made me do this. And in some way I'm glad that she did. Because first of all, I found all of you, right? You guys are my new besties. And then secondly, we all know that this in and of itself is a very heavy case. And regardless of what side that you're on, we all agree. I think we all agree, regardless of what side that you're on, I think we all agree that there is something messed up with our healthcare system and that we need some changes. Your middle child packed her suitcase for vacation. We are going on, and she left it in the driveway. Oh, well, there's a Walmart around somewhere, right? There's always a Walmart, right? You don't think she got the help that she needed. See? It's good because it got people talking about mental health. It really does. It really does. Vicky, that's so cute. This is your favorite channel now that you learn so much. You ask a lot of questions, and I'm patient. Listen, I'm here to answer your questions. I have questions too. You guys answer my questions as we go along. All right, my law lovies, we are going to go ahead and get started. I know that court has already started. I already know. I saw when I pulled it up. It's already started. All right, it is the 26th. It is Wednesday, everybody. Wednesday. So what's going on today? Just to recap, yesterday we had 2 people on the stand. We have Dr. FBI on the stand. Oh, and thank you everybody who's already given gifts this morning. See Forever and Vicky and Jillian and Eva and Mary and Mary and Mary and Mary, 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 Mary. By the way, Mary, yesterday after I was finished, I did try to send some people your way. I don't know if they made it or not, but just let me know if you are going to change up your program or anything because we're getting towards the end. If you guys don't know, Miss Mary, I will go ahead. I'm going to pin you here in just a second here. If you guys don't know, Miss Mary Shoppins here, I pinned her. Go follow her. She has a panel discussion sometimes after. She usually does Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays, but she was on Monday, and I guarantee you you might be on sooner than later because we're getting to the end. So Miss Mary, if you change when you're going to have your panel discussions, let me know so I can send everybody your way, because I can only talk for so long, believe it or not. All right, law lovies, we're going to get into it. I just need to get backed up because when I logged on, they were already on. Let me back up to where they are. If you don't recall, Dr. FBI is on the stand, and where we last left off, hold on. Dr. FBI told us some things. You guys, and if you were here afterwards, so Dr. FBI gave us the scenario that he said that Lindsay gave, and it didn't quite match up to her flights of stairs and stuff. So just put that in your back pocket. Yes, we're calling him Dr. FBI. Just put that in your back pocket, because I venture to guess that Reddington might bring that up, and just not necessarily that he's wrong or that Lindsay's wrong, but that it's 3 years after. Could she be confused, et cetera, et cetera. Ian testified that she only went here or there. In the end, does it really matter? No, we all know that she unalived the children, and the manner of how she did it, we'll see. So yes, we are still starting with the cross where they're not cross. Sorry. The prosecution still has him on the stand. The Reddington hasn't gotten to him yet. So we'll see how long that the prosecution has with him. And then hopefully at some point in time, I'm hoping before lunch, they'll get done with him. But who knows? This is kangaroo court. And by the way, you guys, at lunchtime, if you guys don't know, my girl V, and she'll be on later on, if you know V and you follow V, she made me a kangaroo court. I will play it for us at lunchtime. It is great. You guys, I give her ideas and she makes it. And, we help each other out. I support Mary. Mary supports me. I support V. V supports me. She makes all my lovely TikToks and stuff. So just FYI, we'll play it. She made it for me. I saw it this morning. I'll play it for you guys when we talk about kangaroo court. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. So, all right. I'm here, not missing today. Great job, Austin. You are here for court. You are here for jury duty. Here we go, everybody. We're going to start. Thank you all for watching. Everybody, please make sure to like and subscribe. Yes, the AI court is funny. That's right. If you guys know V, she made that for me. I told her to do that, and she did it for me. She makes a couple of them for me. So if you're like, hey, that reminds me of Missy over at Legalese, it is, because I told her to do that. She did one with Father Bob. That was me too. I'll tell you the next one I'm gonna give to her. You guys are gonna love that one too. All right, everybody, I'm gonna stop talking. We're gonna get busy. So thank you, everybody. Here we go.
On the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. All right. It's nice to see everybody once more unto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial. So I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to ask those questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and kind of where we're going to go on this. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Second, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case anybody needs to address at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday. And it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break, because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. They've got to speak to counsel. So it takes a little while. So I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel. And then we will do hopefully arguments in charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication and commitment in following those instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, we have a little Zoom room, so we don't need to see the doctor get on the stand. I'll get his picture in just a minute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
He's wearing a different suit today.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide, to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so this is having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to accomplish all of this without any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again, for the record, direct examination. It's leading by objector to have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase that.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there three parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others, that is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And third is what I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness, But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult because we have a natural will to live. And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult thing to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the 3 parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand. And of course, the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The sense of burdensomeness, she had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first 2 children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and to function. And so in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family, really was would be a burden for anyone, and certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife. But oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
And so, doctor, in terms of the cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your opinion that she was trying to commit suicide but struggling with that 3rd capability issue?
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself in the fall leading up through December into January. And those those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is a lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam is not an antipsychotic medication. It's not meant to treat psychosis, to make people feel more calm. And sometimes it's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And Dr.
Okay, you guys, I know I'm very tired and I'm a little cranky this morning, but I'm so confused. You guys are confused too. So they said that the wounds were superficial, so it wasn't very serious. It was serious. And now he's saying that the Ativan she used to like squelch things, but if you're having anxiety and you have these intrusive thoughts and she's having trouble sleeping and so she can't sleep because she has these thoughts, if the Ativan helped her sleep, didn't that squelch her thoughts? And he's saying, no, it's not. Okay, I know I'm a little sensitive this morning, so bear with me.
Did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Yes.
Okay, I admit that.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop the actions that the voice is claiming. That's something that makes sense, particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though a voice might be saying this, there's other decision-making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect, and I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar 2 diagnosis seemed to make the most sense, given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that were precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill all the criteria or many of the criteria, if she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar 2, because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
And doctor, you mentioned
Hang on. So you're saying that she was misdiagnosed, and I'm sorry, are you saying that her civil claim is valid? Just asking that. Just asking that. I do not know if she's taking an SSRI right now.
the drug effects, Zoloft had an effect, and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of a medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over sedation, or there are some medications that can cause stimulation, so people are not able to sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could be, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean not just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
Choose wisely.
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications. She was given, I think, nurse practitioner Paul gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine, and she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt, quite confused. So she stopped that medication, understandably. Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine, that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects. And in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy, in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication, olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she's taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th.
That's not the question.
December 9th,
Answer the question.
that was really helping her sleep. And so she asked to continue on those two medications.
So I guess when I ask about over medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a lay person calls over medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over medicated mean to you in your profession?
Well, if someone were to prescribe a medication that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example, it's possible to be toxic on, say, lithium, which is a medication that she took for a while she was at Tewksbury. And if I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day, and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example of over-medication.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario in the defendant's records, that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
I think those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a kind of a rapid increase in the dose of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was she did not. I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she ever ended up taking that, but. As a clinician, we do our best to try and treat symptoms.
So, Doctor, did you see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
No.
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
Correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she had been weaned off of the Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as Elavil.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No, it's the very smallest dose possible.
And then did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No,
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
Now, doctor, based on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things. Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CVS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if he didn't mind takeout from 3B and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time.
Can you guys still hear me? TikTok might have yeeted me. Can you guys still hear me? Let me know if you guys can still hear me. Am I still live? Anybody? Everybody? Can you guys hear me? Okay. TikTok, yeah, TikTok got me. Anyways, sorry for the spottiness. It's not spotty on my part. I don't know. I'm not having any internet issues. It might be a TikTok thing. So yes. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Just want to make sure we're all still here. Everybody accounted for?
When one is committing a crime, can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement, and according to Mr. Clancy, the door to his office had been closed when he arrived to the basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of in which she would.
Oh, you guys. Okay, hang on. Austin, I'm live on TikTok. I use OBS to go back and forth. I have StreamYard, OBS, and TikTok. OBS just lets me use my camera in both places. So I hope that, I don't know if that clears you up. You guys, I know you guys are like Law and Order fans. I know you guys are like psychological thriller fans. You guys, he just said that Patrick told him that that we all know that Dawson was in his office and that the office door was closed. You guys know what that means, don't you? That means consciousness of guilt. If you guys ever saw, if you watch any psychological thrillers or you watch Law and Order or anything like that, you guys know that like when somebody does something to somebody and they cover them up with a blanket or a sheet, it's because, you know, like they're sorry, they're remorseful, consciousness of guilt. That's what I think, in my opinion. Now, I'm sure that's not coming down, but yeah, well, so Dawson, you guys, Dawson was face down. That was testified to earlier. Cora was like on her side and Callan was face down too. So yes, Morgan. You guys, that just, yes, I'm lagging. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm lagging a little bit. I apologize. I know I never had lag today, so I apologize. We're just going to get through it. You missed what I said. Okay. It's not just me. Thank you, Glittery Sugar Babe. He just said that Patrick told him that the door to the office was closed. So when he went to go downstairs to find Dawson, the door was closed, which means TikTok locked up on you 3 times last night. See? Okay. It's not just me, you guys. It's not my internet. It's all you people on here. So you guys, he said that the basement door was closed. Dawson didn't close the door, right? To me, that, you guys, that just... No. Veritas, it's different. The kids were unalived in the basement. Patrick had a door to the computer or to his office room. She put Dawson in the room, did the deed, closed the door. Then she did the other 2 children. And then she did herself. We're going to continue. Austin, I don't know how to use OBS for both streams. I'm still trying to work that out, but I appreciate that. Maybe you can give me some tips and some pointers. Okay, everybody, we're going to continue. That just put a bee in my bonnet. I needed to put that bee in your bonnet as well. That one stung.
Need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant, really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all...
Okay, everybody's saying that I'm lagging on YouTube and that I need to restart. Does you guys want me to restart? Okay. All right, hold on everybody. I'm going to restart on TikTok, okay? Everybody just be patient. I'm going to come back. Bye. Sorry everybody. Let's see. It won't even let me get out of TikTok. Everybody over on YouTube, sorry, give me just a hot second. Let me see if I can get it back up. I apologize. You know, live streaming is dynamic, it's fun. You all can appreciate it. Give me a second so I can set it up. And maybe one day Austin and I'll have a chat and we could go and we could have a talk about OBS and how I work that out. I do like the convenience of StreamYard. I like to be able to bring things up. TikTok takes a second to log in too. So give me a second. I apologize, everybody. One moment, please. One woman trying to do everything all at the same time. And oh, TikTok is taking its hot minute. Maybe there's a problem with TikTok today. Oh, it's taking a hot second, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. It's on all of them. I can't even get back into TikTok right now. It won't let me get in. Well, silly me. So I do it on my computer because I can control everything and I can go and type and chat. I suppose I could do it on my phone, but I don't really want to. I like a one-stop shop where I can have one camera, talk to you all sort of at the same time. So, all right, we'll see if TikTok is going to go. And if not, then we'll just roll with YouTube and see how it goes. Your TikTok went out completely. Oh my goodness. Can you just imagine all the TikTokers out there? They're like, oh my gosh, there's no live stream today. Oh boy. My live stream was not on the live stream option today, so TikTok is messing up. It's not me. All right. Well, all right, hold on, everybody. It's making the little dotty dots, so we'll see. If not, we'll just continue, and if I can get onto TikTok, we'll get onto TikTok. Just give me one hot second here. We'll give it a minute or so, and if it doesn't, then we'll just continue on YouTube and then I'll hop on TikTok at some point in time. So I appreciate you guys' patience. You know, we'll catch up. All right. So everybody who's here, all 49 of you, hello. We're going to go ahead and it's just sitting there dinging back and forth with its little dots. So we're going to continue. Oh, here it goes. Hang on. Well, I clicked on it and nothing happened. Okay. Hold on just a second. I got to add, it's capturing my window. 1 second. There we go. Let me yeet that. All right, here we go. I'm not live just yet. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Oh, I got the spinning wheel of death. Oh, TikTok, what's going on? Hello, J. Marie from TikTok. I'm trying to see if I can get onto TikTok. It's got the spinning wheel of death. If it doesn't start in just a minute, then we're just going to continue on. And then we'll get onto TikTok whenever we can. So just a second, please. If not, it'll be okay. Remember we talked about the bug in the windshield? If you didn't see this morning, I'm having a very bug day. If you guys know what the bug in the windshield is. The bug means that you're getting splatted, and the windshield is winning. So we are the bug this morning. All right, everybody on here, we're just going to continue on. If we get on TikTok, yay, extra added bonus, but we're going to continue. So here we go.
Near where the children were strangled, they were placed there. That's where they
Actually, I'm going to back up for just a second, just because I can. All right, here we
kill
go.
herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant, really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands. And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures. And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her understanding of and planning. I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
Look, we have a question.
Sure. Next question.
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at 5:34 in the afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife, and she did not pick up. She did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond, and so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on. Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this, but by locking the door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened, and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die, and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She did not, she was able to conform, right, to the type of behavior that a concerned mother would engage in. She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, I mean, she was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone, by calling her husband back and reassuring him by the fact that, yes, she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home. And so I think the phone figures in just in terms of her awareness and conforming her behavior such that the strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
Move to submit Dr. Satoff's CV as amended.
Any objection, Council? All right, that may be admitted.
Have no further questions. Thank you.
Hold on a second, Ms. Reddington.
Okay, everybody, thank you. I'm so sorry for the glitchy. It's not me, it's TikTok or whatever. So we are back on TikTok if you want to join me over there. And yes, Mr. Reddington is up. So we are going to go. Thank you, everybody, for the patience and everything. You got locked out of your own live last night. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Jamie Dodger, try not to do too many spoilers. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. Today is a bug day. When I talk about bug versus the windshield, it's a bug day today, but we're going to roll It's going to be all good. Reddington's coming up, and we'll see. We'll see what's going on. If you don't know, if you are lagging on TikTok, I have a YouTube channel. It's Legalese123. You can join me over there. We're not lagging over there because we're behind, which is fine. I didn't get kicked out. It was just really, really laggy and everybody was not happy. So I tried to go out and then I tried to get back in at least 2 different times. And TikTok was being cranky this morning. So everybody buckle up. I know we're behind. It's okay. We always catch up. It'll be just fine. So if you want to join me over on YouTube, same channel name, Legalese123, you get to watch it with us. There's a nice, lovely chat over there as well. Some people watch it on the TV or your screen, and then they go over to TikTok and chat when we have sidebars, etc. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And yeah, if you guys can tap, that would be awesome as well. Here we go.
Thank you.
Lindsay is not wearing a
All right,
headband today. You're watching on your TV. Lauren, are you watching me on your TV? I'm a lot bigger on television. All right, everybody, here we go. Let's see if
So,
Reddington can
Dr.
clean this up.
Sartoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Did you say by June?
Sorry, Zoom. You know,
By Zoom, okay.
Television.
I thought you said because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
And is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government? The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
You're getting paid, right?
no, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes.
The university is getting paid.
And the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement in this case?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred on January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years
That's right.
to being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have a private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
Well, I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness and require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago, if I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient, and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said, it's not people that go to an office or see you or even on the television to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison. Yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes.
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
Correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming month. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
Once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that in the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when discharge came up, their condition was such that they required to be civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
Yeah, I know that.
most of my work has been with state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have been employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes.
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
No.
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present, you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons. How many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 through 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay. 2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Elson Student Health Center. What is that?
That's the Student Health Center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university and were interested in getting back. And so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
And what, were they like thrown out of the university, or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they want to come back, then I was part of a panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe.
So these
for
are
them
your
to come
students.
back.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay. These are students, right?
Correct.
In college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No,
No, you work for the school, right?
correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999 through the present, you work for the United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like they're the state prosecutors, you got federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I've worked with both.
Well, the defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was on the impression that federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's called the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah, that question be stricken.
2015, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General. Another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of the Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes,
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
that's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections, medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes,
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this case, you'd agree with me that you were involved as a psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
yes,
Former Soviet Union project, Republic of Georgia, TBILISI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir?
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force. You're in the assessment unit.
Yes,
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Jordan.
correct.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support unit, critical incident response in Montreal, Quebec.
Yes,
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope.
yes,
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
yes,
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
yes,
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, crisis management unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
But you've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes,
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about Virginia Department of State Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
yes,
Advisory positions. You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
correct.
Talk about National Institute for Justice, Standing Committee to advise the Department of State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes,
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of the Las Vegas shooter behavioral analysis unit for the FBI.
yes,
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? Peer review?
yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does that mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest in writing about what they're focused on?
So a peer review journal is one in which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it, but it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published. And that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So for example, also it depends on the where you're publishing it. You can put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better
I don't think the
publication.
Inquirer
Okay.
is
You guys put it in the National Enquirer. If you guys don't know what the Enquirer is, the Enquirer was like a gossip rag, I would call it. So that's why I'm laughing. I know we're behind everybody. We had some tech issues, plus I started late, but you're here. You're here for the commentary, right? So, anyways, yeah, the National Enquirer. Oh, I'm gonna back it up because I want to hear what his answer was. But he's like, not the National Enquirer. I don't know if Reddington made a faux pas or he was actually being funny. That's funny. It's not the New York Times, that's for sure.
Writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
correct.
Okay. So for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You could put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better
I don't think the
publication.
Inquirer
Okay.
is peer reviewed, but
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right?
yes.
And
Okay, side quest, you guys. Side quest. Side quest. Oh my gosh, you guys. You guys, so I worked for the New York Times. So this is why it's so funny to me. I work for the New York Times and talk about fact checking, etc. But he said that he didn't think that the now I lost the train of thought. He didn't think it was the magazine. What is the name of the magazine? Oh my goodness. The Inquirer. He didn't think that the Inquirer does peer review. No, it sure does not. It also does not do fact checking as well. They just publish whatever they want. It doesn't exist anymore, you guys. National Enquirer doesn't exist anymore. You guys, I'm very tired. I've been up since 4:00 this morning. Give me a little leeway this morning. All right, everybody, let's go.
you would agree with me, sir, that you've been in here telling this jury all about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices or exaggerated and lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, and tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes. He's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as auditory hallucinations, same stuff you've been testifying about?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which is considered to be, if you know, a landmark article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Sneed for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Council Garcia, sidebar.
Oh, Bo, everybody, Bo. You guys know what that means if you're new here. Hi. My name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. If you guys know, when you see the bow, that means you tappity tap tap tap. And also, if you didn't know, there is a lovely set of bows in my chat emojis. There's also kangaroos and bananas. So if you're bored, we have some entertainment for you. I know we're a little bit behind today. So don't worry about that. We'll catch up as we always do. I hear that it's lagging in some other places. Somebody said that some of the feeds went away. We'll work with it. Technology is not cooperating today, but we're gonna be okay. So we have some room, zoom room. We'll zoom through it. Why did they object? He has a peer review article. He said he wanted to get it in evidence, and she's objected. So we'll tell him whether or not it'll come in or not. And if you are ahead of us, please no spoilers. The other thing too is, don't you want to see what my reaction is going to be? I mean, my reaction is half of the fun, right? So if you know something that's going to happen, just wait to see what my reaction is going to be. So no spoilers, please.
District Attorney, could I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Leaving aside peer review article and the article written by Dr. Philip Resnick, sir, for a minute, papers that you published, and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed. So that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
All right. Using the moral situational action model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean, levels of risk in women with extremist violence?
We're looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be mitigating factors. In other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay. Assessing, strike that. Using the moral situational action violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence, and empirical study. Is that similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, a moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
I'm sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it doesn't
Yes.
say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance, violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
It's another interest. Crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Psychological challenges of bioterror. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Trauma and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. It's one of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine. That's the one that you told the jury about originally, that you published 40 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Morality and the radicalization of women. What is that? What was that all about?
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
Sure. It's just, I mean, you can look at your resume if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one, and it deals with radicalization of women. A handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Application of big data for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis guide of psychoactive drugs and poisons for the crisis negotiation unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International handbook of threat assessment, right? Yes. Protection of children during armed political conflicts, a multidisciplinary perspective, right?
Yes.
The negotiator's guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something, the negotiator's guide to psychoactive drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right?
That's right.
the negotiator's guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that, terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus.
Correct. Well,
Okay. Well, I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
yes,
Okay.
the characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not accurate.
I'm probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV, the negotiators, and they're, trying to help people that are being kidnapped.
On a bridge,
On
in
a bridge,
crisis,
yeah,
something like
okay.
that. So
Just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security implicate. I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as it relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profiler of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids, a prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
correct.
Invited lectures, talk about.
You guys know. You guys, if you watched the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, put a 1 in the chat. If not, put a 2 in the chat. If you guys know, Johnny Depp is a character in it of himself. And during the Amber Heard defamation trial, the lawyer would read something and the lawyer would say, "Did I read that correctly?" And he would go in his most Johnny Depp way, "Yes. Yes, you did. Indeed, you did." I'm going to have to get that sound bite and we're going to have to play it every time when they say that, I just laugh because I just hear Johnny Depp in my head saying, "You read that very well. Yes, you did."
Extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children in long-term abductions, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights, religious radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy. Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the 2 people or so that you recall dealing with in your, it's not a practice, but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail. That is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Sadoff, correct? I mean, you treated 2 people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all a correct characterization.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I read your resume, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients or treating people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women, 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were.
No.
Oh, it wasn't.
In a state hospital.
State hospital. Were they
Correct.
committed? Were they there because they wanted to be there, or were they committed by order of the court?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir, do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So that has continued really throughout my career,
What did
men
you
and
just-
women.
What did you just say? Can you repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness, psychosis.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of, let's say, psychosis yesterday, were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say?
Yes.
And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, do a full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about proper treatment, proper therapy, medications, and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression. Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or after birth, the DSM has a 4-week period. Others expand that to as much as a year. But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you can have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight, changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, either sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period and require assessment and treatment.
Are you aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period? Are you aware of that?
I can't quote you a figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology. And then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating, as you indicated 15, 20 years ago, you were treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, a month, maybe two, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what the young woman perceives to be difficulties postpartum, is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check and find out, did you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off the, hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to see a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with her 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and the like. Many psychotropic medications are not easily, there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly taking a blood test would be very important. So it depends.
Depends. Can I just ask you to spell those two drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please?
Carbamazepine,
Yeah.
Carbamazepine.
Okay.
Valproic acid, Valproic acid, also known as valproate, Valproate. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's all.
Understood.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or can be or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine if, in fact, that person is suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression. Years and years ago.
Oh, postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression is my question.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum
I'm
depression?
asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out for who are postpartum.
You looked that up last night?
No.
Well, you knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No. It's a self-report, usually given by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50 or do you know what it is?
It's a 30-point scale.
And when you say
So 1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh test to this young woman?
I know that, Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Right. And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
Right,
from my
they
memory.
increased as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what somebody's got in their system. It's not a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Blood test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right? To cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman who is expressing under the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through? The antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines are at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines. It's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can be.
And is that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help, and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an
Okay.
enzyme test being typically available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like it costs a couple of grand.
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help, in addition to a blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function. That can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No,
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. Did I pronounce that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? You recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree it's a serious rash, right?
Yes.
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
In very rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal as a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes.
And that means what?
It is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did. That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of that, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience, is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
The benefits of that drug are profound, and millions of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system. We've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, don't you?
Yes.
Is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make, to say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin with these permanent lesions and bleeding pustules, is it reasonable for her to say, I don't want to take it?
In her mind, it was.
Yeah. And certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash. In any event. Now, have in mind, there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the pill factory through Dr. Tufts and then into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
That it was reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs, one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just as to form.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as Zoloft or Prozac, just stop it and we'll put you on something else, or should you wean it off?
In the case of the Zoloft and the severe insomnia, it, in my view, it was reasonable to stop it.
And then prescribe new drugs?
Well, insomnia was a significant problem, so as I recall, Ativan and Benadryl were prescribed to assist her with those symptoms.
Now, if somebody, is nervous because they have an exam coming up, or they just can't sleep because maybe they're worried about their job, there's a big difference between that and serious insomnia. Is that true?
Yes,
And Lindsay was suffering very serious insomnia, according to the medical records and her statements to her providers, right?
that's right.
And in fact, when Tufts increased the SSRI 25 to 50, she went 48 hours straight without being able to sleep, right?
That's in the record, yes.
And she went pretty much immediately to Tufts and complained about that and said, I can't sleep. It's 48 hours. I just can't sleep, right?
Yes, I think that was around the 21st of October.
And in your experience with dealing with terrorism and terrorist threats and things like that, would you agree with me that sleep deprivation is used as a torture?
It can be, yes.
And in fact, the side effects, if you will, of a person who's suffering from serious insomnia can actually lead to psychosis, can it not?
Yes, it's possible.
You're aware that while she's living in her house with her husband, Pat, and their 3 kids, that by all accounts, she was a happy mother, wife, friend, daughter, all of the above, right?
No,
So as the summer progressed, is it your understanding from Dr. Sadoff's investigation in this case that Lindsay Clancy and her husband, Pat, and their kids during the summer of 22 were not living their best life, enjoying life?
the summer was very good from Callan's birth really through much of August. Through the time that Patrick Clancy was at home, that first 12 weeks was really quite good.
And then it went sideways, right? She started having some concern about anxiety, right?
She did.
That brought her to Dr. Tufts' office. Oh, brought her to talk to Dr. Tufts on the telemedicine, right?
Correct.
And then she started getting her prescriptions, such as the SSRI at 25, SSRI increased to 50, 48 hours without sleep, went back to Dr. Tufts, more medications prescribed, right?
Yes.
Was she in rough shape in October of 2022 after dealing with Tufts for about 3 weeks?
She was certainly having difficulty, although the Benadryl and the Ativan were very helpful for sleep.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this item here. I'm just going to kind of hold it. In your investigation, you did look at the text messages and all the stuff that was on Lindsay's phone. Correct?
Yes.
Her life was pretty much turned inside out, right? I mean, government got access to every text message she sent, right?
Yes.
Every email that she sent, right?
Yes.
Every memo that she wrote on her phone or on her computer or whatever, right?
Yes.
Every journal entry that she ever wrote while during this period of time, we have it all, don't we?
Yes.
And in October 20th, sir, did you see this text where she texted her mother and said, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me a bit? I'm really sick. Something's wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night. I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started to take medicine the doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary. And I don't." Did you see that?
Yes.
So she wasn't doing well in October, was she?
Correct.
And continued to see tops, right?
Yes.
Gelada, right?
Nurse practitioner Paul and then Gelada. Yes.
Okay. Now, in your investigation of the medical records, would you agree with me that Lindsay was not running around from doctor to doctor to try to physician shop to try to get drugs so that she could get high or use the drugs? That's not what she was doing, was it?
Ms. Clancy expressed concerns that she was not following a plan and that it would have been better for her had she tried to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have stuck with the plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was Dr. Tufts, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and Gelada.
I apologize again. That's
All right.
my bad. Nurse practitioner Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November, these people and other emergency room visits that she had, she was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree, a psychiatric certainty, an expert?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner Gelada and counselor that worked in that medical field business, Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
And then she had the need to go to an emergency room and went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts. And she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, right?
That's right.
And she went there like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it
Yeah.
maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences, or with the discussions, and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes,
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
something like that.
And on that date, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
I don't know that I would term it turned away
Did they help her?
by Dr. Diaz's notes, but
Did they help her?
pardon me.
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient or partial hospitalization or outpatient, just based upon her concerns about medication.
And her concerns about
Okay, I just have to stop for a second. There are a lot of you in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. If you don't know, we're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. Reddington is crossing. Dr. FBI is what we call him. If you don't know who I am, I bring you legal cases. We're going to bring you a lot more after Lindsay Clancy is over. Please like, share, etc., etc., etc. You guys are amazing. We're at 32K. Let's get to 50K. Please, please, please. We had some technical difficulties this morning. We are behind. So don't worry. We will always catch up. If you want to watch live with me, we are over on YouTube. You can do that as well. It's the same channel name, Legalese123. I know there are 463 of you in here. Please be kind to each other. I see a lot of back and forth, and I just want to make sure everybody is being nice to one another. Mods are doing a great job. So, and if you see something in the chat, don't worry, the mods will be right on it. So it'll be really, really good. And the gifts are open, you guys. We have a contest this morning. I forget who it was, and I apologize. Somebody did, 25 roses. Who's going to beat that? So let's go. I know we're behind. We'll catch up. Thank you for being here.
the symptomology of postpartum depression, right? That's why she was there.
She was having depressive symptoms, yes.
Right. And that's in addition to, everybody wants to say GAD, 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 general anxiety, depression. This woman was there for treatment of postpartum depression, right?
She was there for treatment of depression. I was under the impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children. And so in that respect, it was not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury that because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment? Is that what you told us, Jim?
No,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that she went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from women and infants in terms of their decision making.
Okay. And women and infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes,
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
that's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to TOPS, right?
Yes,
And she did, didn't she?
yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice, that she was on it immediately? Is that fair?
She attended her appointments. Yes.
Well, not just that, she attended them right away. She was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
No.
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Those are in the records, right?
Correct.
And she felt that her brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes.
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
The homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? Is that what you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox? She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to
Okay, so-
healthcare providers.
Finish answering.
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprout School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide? Yes or no?
Did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
Anyone that she would come in contact with at Learning Sprouts, whether it's another mother, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground, did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts to your investigation?
Those people that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
Certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors, that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice, just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
I wasn't aware that that was the only question.
Okay. she was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by women and infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right?
Yes.
And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal that she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she meaning Tufts, was going to give her a script for Lamictal. And she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada.
Okay, sorry.
She had gotten the prescription and filled it from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Gelada, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Gelada, I already have a script. I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes. Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So she complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
She spoke to them about suicidality.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches out to people that her health care providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you can form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
I know that they were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape, or how do you know that?
I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
So this, sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government, and you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan? Where are you getting that from?
I can't tell you exactly within the records.
How about the second time she called Aspire? Why would she call Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time? In your opinion, as a psychiatrist, looking for help?
Continuing to seek help.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overruled.
It could have a very serious effect.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by Thompson nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of gamma aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma amina bulyc acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around October, by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easy to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain? That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy.
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know?
No,
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
Objection.
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break?
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
All right, if you're just joining me, we are super behind. Please, everybody in the chat, let's be kind to each other. I know that there's some situations where somebody's saying something and you're responding. I see there's a lot of going on in the chat, and I understand. Laura, yeah, if it's not relevant or he can't testify to that, like if he's not an expert or he doesn't have an opinion on that, then yes, she certainly can get up and object, but she's not. They're just it's Free Willy today. Everybody's just, is there a full moon coming up? I thought there was one on the 28th or something. Everybody. Oh, all right, everybody. Hello. I know we're behind. We'll always catch up. We always do. Thank you. If you are just tuning in, hello. My name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. We're doing what's called gavel to gavel coverage. I can't bring it to you live on TikTok because TikTok does not allow me to stream it. It's a copyright infringement. If you want to join me over on YouTube, it's the same channel name, Legalese123. Yes, we're behind. We'll catch up, but you can join me over there as well. If you are on YouTube, please like and subscribe. If you're on your TV, you just use your remote and go hit the thumbs up. And then later on, go onto your app. You can subscribe and do a whole bunch of things on there as well, because I stream on both things at the same time. There is a nice, lovely little chat in the YouTube as well. You can chat on there with me. I do try to answer your questions, et cetera. Oh, somebody's saying host. When the jury goes to deliberate, are the extras reserves in there as well? Bookslayer, that's a good question. I'm going to put a pin in that. We will come back to that. How is the FBI witness doing? Is Reddington doing a good job? You guys, he's not scoring any points for me. The FBI, Dr. FBI did really well for me, in my opinion, yesterday. And then, of course, this morning, she came up with some really good questions. Reddington still has yet to squash those things that were discussed yesterday. So I'm waiting for him to get into it. He still has a long way to go, everybody. So don't hedge your bets yet. Okay. All right, everybody, we made it to 51K. If you know, earlier this morning, TikTok was being naughty. So we we lost everything and now we're back on. Gifts are open. Okay, Mary's got 17 roses she sent, and Jillian, Mary's got you beat at 17. There is a battle going on. Who's going to give the most roses today? So gifts are open. If you want to go ahead and do that, you will be contributing to the replenishment of my notebooks. I write very, very copious notes. My pen fund is taken care of, and I tried to give Mary some pens today. So this is the last day for testimony. This is the last witness. And then they're going to yeet the jury and talk about some legal things. So buckle up, law lovies. Yes, there's going to be a charging conference today. We are excited about the charging. Oh my gosh, Nolan. You guys, Nolan is beating all of you. I think Nolan's going to win. Nolan, look at Nolan go. Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys, I'm a little cranky today because I didn't get much sleep. So my patience is very thin today. Yes, I try to answer you guys as well. So we have some Zoom room. So let's just Zoom and see where we get caught up to. We know we'll probably catch up to lunch. So it's funny you hear me saying Nolan, that's your son's name. Well, that is our lovely 264. Thank you, Nolan. It says title gifter. You are my title gifter. And more. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'm a little cranky today. And the chat's bothering me. So mods, you're doing a great job. I'm just cranky today. Here we go. Here we go. And just be careful. You guys, I tell you this all the time. If somebody is in the chat who's like making fuss, don't engage with that person. Just, especially mods. So Liz, I sent you a message. If there's a person in the chat who is like rage baiting you, don't go for it. Just let them go and then just watch them. And if they continue to like rage bait, just yeet them. Just yeet them. Okay, you guys are doing great. I know it's the wild, wild west. All right, let's see where we are. This is very long. Oh, goodness. Here we go. And also, please, no spoilers. I know we're behind, but we'll catch up. Thank you, everybody. Let's hit that like. Let's see if we can get to 100,000 likes before we get to lunch, everybody. Thank you. I'll answer questions at lunch, so hold on to your questions.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right.
You guys, hang on. Do we have another death to report? Hang on. I cannot report it until I saw it in the chat on YouTube. Hang on. I have to verify it. Oh, you guys. Tim Curry passed away. He was 82. So yesterday was Dolly. Today is Tim Curry. It is true. I just verified it. I always try to verify it before I announce it. So if you guys don't know who Tim Curry is, he's best known for like Rocky Horror Picture Show. He was in Clue. If you know, you know. He was 82. Same with Dolly. Oh, you guys. Ugh. No more. I'm sure he did some other things as well, but yes, everybody. I try not to do breaking news, but here we are. Oh my goodness. Thank you for letting us know. Let's see. Liz said it. I know somebody else said it earlier and I kind of just fluffed it off because I wasn't sure and I didn't know if I quite read that correctly. But thank you, everybody. Yes. Oh my goodness. All right. Rachel, it is nicer over on YouTube. All right, everybody. Here we go. We got to get back into it. I'm sorry.
All right, jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, when we left off, I believe the question was that, and you agreed, the sudden drop can cause significant GABA dysfunction. Recall that question where we broke off talking about the gamma? And you're familiar with the concept of, in that regard, talking about the gamma aminal butyric acid and its effect on the progesterone and its effect on the brain synapses, is referred to as breaks, B-R-E-A-K-S. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the allopregnanolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken brakes?
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis when it's too high. We need it. But the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone and the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in...
All right, everybody. I told you this before. I have to stop. There was a person on TikTok, I told you this the other day, that she had her baby. She was having these same thoughts that Lindsay did. They did a blood test on her, and guess what? Ding, 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 ding. She was low on progesterone. So is Reddington watching your TikToks? You better believe he is. You better believe he is. All right, let's get, where are all the likes? We're only at 56K. Let's go.
that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, the enhancement with the GABA.
You mean prolactin?
Prolactin, the enhancement of the GABA activity, that that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
I would say that's possible.
And that would relate to the capacity of a person to conform their conduct. If, in fact, because of the GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked about, the intrusive, hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior would address itself to the issue of capacity to conform one's conduct, right?
No, I mean, it depends on the timing. If you're talking
Is the answer no?
at 8 months,
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Next question.
So did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said? Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that?
When her husband found her on the ground,
Yeah,
yes, or something to that effect.
something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with a broken neck and slashes and slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment, what did you do?
No,
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. We've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes,
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up, that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay, so let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you
It's-
that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes.
You read the police report, right?
Yes.
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
Correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes. With
And
a
there
key.
was blood on the doorknob, right?
There was blood in the room on the
Describe the room
on the
like-
floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay. And you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops, drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think he used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay,
Wine tumbler.
thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes.
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
They wouldn't.
I mean, there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me. Yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said after a painful questioning that they were crushed, you agreed that they were crushed. Wouldn't it be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a residue on the table, on the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of the events in terms
Well, if
of.
I tell you, sir, that a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
Yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all the stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Yeah, I did not read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes,
Or have a false memory?
it's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it?
All right, you can hear me now. Can you hear me now? Do 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 do. Okay. Sorry, everybody. I muted everything. I know you all are probably like, Missy is missing it. I didn't miss anything. I had my headphones on, and you all know the draw. Just wanted to let you know I didn't miss anything. It was fire. Here we go.
Do you think she
Oh,
was malingering
here
and
we go.
lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family, is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How'd she mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
Are you kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained. Next.
They stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overall.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No,
They came back and forth.
back and forth. Well, they stayed, about 1, 2, 3, about 3, 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's
Answer's
my
yes?
recollection.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send her mother photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that, that was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children and the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? Would you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the
Miss,
district attorney call him up?
I asked Miss Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I
Which one? Which one of these two?
Miss Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
she told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Miss Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did
wanna-"
not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Miss Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or other cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac and Helbrun and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigations, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she
Objection.
wants to talk to you and have a
Sustained.
rapport?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative.
Yes.
She was polite.
Yes.
She was pleasant.
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
Okay. One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No, you're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Okay, you guys, I have to pause for just a second. I do like Reddington. There are times where it's funny, but there are times, you guys, this is very unprofessional. I've told you guys this before. All these little side comments, when he's calling Attorney Sprague, Jen Sprague, that is totally inappropriate. And I wish Judge Sullivan would admonish Reddington. Why is he being nasty with his witness? I don't know. I don't know if it's because he's trying to get a point across. He's losing me. It will rub off on the jury like it's rubbing off on you. If you kind of get the icks a little bit, he's, as much as he may or may not like the prosecuting attorneys, they're all still attorneys. This is professional. It's like you going into your boss who's the president of a company and, disparaging them. Just saying, he's getting a little feisty today, and I'm not liking it.
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer's yes.
hallucination.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits. They pertain to her recollection. They pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing of his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are three kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle. So he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have two young children that have to be fed, correct?
Yes.
You have two young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
Told you that she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong. You're telling this jury and Dr. Satoff's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry. I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true. I'm wrong.
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal
So,
for people who are psychotic.
and you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that learned treatise? Yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just if some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior, would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Would you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
Okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No. Excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established who authored it, read it, all that. Okay?
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. So, if we can share that.
You want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. put it right here so I can look at it. Okay, all right. Would you agree, sir, that it says voices are typically heard? This is a claim number one. In other words, doctors would feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
Right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head, auditory hallucinations, are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time, that they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internally located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
Auditory verbal hallucinations.
and externally located voices are atypical. We cite a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, that says, the largest study on this question, Kathy Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, whenever that you were in med school, we talked about that too. That would have
That, yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did?
All right. So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination voice, deep male, commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition or psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld?
Form of the question?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
All right, you know what sidebars mean. I'm quickly trying to do some research for you all. So if it looks like I'm off in the weeds, I am. You guys asked about toxicology. I know that I know a fact that they did state that there was no meds in the children's system. Like she did not she didn't give them anything to sort of like, she didn't give them anything. Whether or not they have the stomach contents, I'm trying to look really quickly at the medical examiner's testimony while this is going on. We do have some Zoom room, so we're going to Zoom. We will answer all questions I can at the lunch hour. So
Would you agree, sir?
get them ready.
Based on your investigation, police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews of Lindsay, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed, that in fact on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan. And after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked during cross-examination about your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continued to work there and I continued to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment and the like, gathering information. So really treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide in the system.
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I'm going to object. I didn't ask about it. He said two already. He's already said once.
Overall, she may have that. Go ahead.
Since 1992,
Yes.
so 34 years.
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
And are there certain common signs or symptoms that these women display who have psychosis?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things. So they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucinations, what we call perceptual disturbances. And generally, they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And did those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those two patients?
So those are the two patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written.
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients presented?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered her child and had decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. And she was so distressed about that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved her symptoms, her psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was another female, a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she was...
Doctor,
sorry.
in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she was also given, she was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication for a period of time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described, you said that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum vitae and focusing in on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no. What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing the seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry to students within the system, I began doing that while I was also doing work with the state hospitals, seeing patients, whatever. So I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients. And it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have patients I'm scheduled to see. I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerium, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state that mental and
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. She can ask him if he's read
Well,
it.
let's hear the question first, and then
I've been away.
I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium are syndromes associated with pregnancy or the puerperium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection overruled. I'll allow that if you know that, Doctor.
Yes.
And are you also aware that there's a section talking about mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the puerperium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis?
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, the medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you, are you aware that, reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Miss Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I've just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222, showing the thyroid levels.
All right, so that's in. It's just a follow-up of a sheet that's in. I'll allow that.
And doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page that's just been marked in as exhibit, the thyroid levels would be marked by TSH, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about Lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
And you mentioned that millions of people take Lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that providers do to be aware of the potential for the rash and to explain that to patients and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes,
And what was that?
25 milligrams.
And do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient, being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know and say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And it was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think, in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I'm going to object. This is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
So, Doctor, defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she'd only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice, she was more available. And so I think she was able to see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up. And so Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that when Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul and then saw Nurse Gelada, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider. But in that note, suggested that Lamictal could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the 23rd of January, and then had another appointment the next week and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly, and she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing, prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried. Did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tufts' method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019. But then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved. It's a difficult time, particularly as she got older because of COVID. But she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it. The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tufts, who got a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac and done well on it, having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it, that Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice. Really, perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was...
Okay, I know everybody in the chat, you are ahead of us. Please stop. No more spoiler. We will get there. I will explain what the motion to dismiss is. It is just standard practice. So everybody just hold on. We're going to get there. I know we're a little bit behind, but I'm not going to answer any more questions until we get to 100K. So everybody just hold on. We'll get there.
Was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increased to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think maybe after 5 days, taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia, very significant insomnia.
And in terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tufts tried with the defendant. Did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
Overruled.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset and concerned, as anyone would be. I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tufts assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft, and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on these types of medications. And that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines, or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tufts, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
Right. We can see counsel. I just want to put something on the record. Counsel.
All right, everybody who's just joining us, we are behind. Number 1, please no spoilers. 2, I will answer your questions, but only if we get to 100,000 likes. We are only at 89,000 likes, and also my gifts are open. So if you'd like to go ahead and give me a lovely gift to answer your questions, I would appreciate that too. So hold on. Why did he just object? He just objected because the dude's just rambling on and on and on. This is a redirect. That's what I call it. It's just redirect. And so this is supposed to be sort of short and concise answers, and he's just going on and on and on. Reddington's over it. We're all over it. Hold on, everybody. We'll get there.
We're going to go a little past the 1 o'clock, the usual time of the break here. For certain scheduling reasons, okay?
So if you could just summarize briefly what you said, that you thought that Dr. Tufts' approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails, communications with between Dr. Tufts and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tufts to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns, in really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital, and about the defendant. I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in the Women and Infants records that they offered her 3 programs: an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program, and the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance about those programs?
Yes.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tufts' nurse practitioner, Gelada, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Now, in terms of the calls to Aspire, to the hotline for the suicide hotline, you were asked about where in the records you saw that. And I would just like to approach, also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes. And if you could just review this note here and then look up when you're finished. Doctor, is this the record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and IOP is, I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these two pages, 45 and 46, as the next exhibit. They're apart from exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197. You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
Well, after lactation and a postpartum period, and it may be, the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1 month period. But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels, an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing, and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop, and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
And doctor, with the defendant, the breastfeeding stopped sometime in October, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself"?
Yes.
And did he then say, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "They are in the basement"?
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
I don't recall exactly when he told me that he called 911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And can they be speaking in one moment and then unable to speak moments later?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained.
Yes.
There were many texts.
Not only is it out of scope, but it's not even relevant at this moment. And they're speculation. We're almost there. Everybody who's joining us, we are behind. I know we're behind. You guys made it to my 100,000 likes. Thank you. We're almost there. I'm going to answer all your questions. Thank you, everybody who's given some gifts. Let's see who's going to win the challenge today. We had somebody who gave a whole bunch of hearts. Let's see. Book gave 100 hearts, and it lost it. Anyways, there's a rose battle. Who's going to give the most hearts? Who's going to give the most roses? Who's going to give the most, I don't know, whatever it is, donuts?
Between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read. I tell him what she wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for in malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
Oh my goodness, you guys. I know it's almost over. I know. We're gonna zoom. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I think the judge is like, okay, are you done with this witness? Because this is we're just rehashing of the rehashing. Thank you, everybody. Oh my goodness. We're having a battle of who can give the most chilies and the most, oh, what was that? The Rosa. Oh, I like that. Thank you, everybody. I'm trying to make my goal today. I'm cranky today. You guys don't know that I'm very cranky today, and I'm sorry. I didn't get much sleep last night. It's a long story. I'll go over it. I'm trying to zoom this thing.
Requested of
Okay.
our views.
We're almost
Now, you
done.
were asked
Hang
about
on.
trying to do collateral interviews with the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to I'm sorry, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Allison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you? And her response to that email was, "I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Saftoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him." Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't aware that Kevin was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Ozga, her sister, said she's waiting to hear from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or at my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people?
No.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Let me
Thank
sit
you.
down. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Yay. He's done. Okay. They're going to send the jury out. The jury's going to go home for
Jury's
the day.
back.
Bye-bye.
Commonwealth rests.
All right. So members of the jury, the Commonwealth has now rested their rebuttal case. So you have the evidence. All right. And so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. All right. And tomorrow morning, you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and the legal instructions in the morning. And then the jury will begin deliberating. All right. So that's tomorrow. So I would suggest go home, rest up, and be ready for tomorrow. And so you now have heard all the evidence. For the first time, I can say that you've heard all the evidence. But you haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right. So those instructions that I gave you for the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right. Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. And keep an open mind. All right. Come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow. All right. And so get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section. So we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if there's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can, get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay.
Court, all rise, please. Jury.
Okay. I know that jury's going to be out and then they're going to talk about the motion to dismiss. Hang on, everybody. Let's see.
All right.
Hold on.
What I thought we'd do is maybe I'll hear from the defendant in regards to any motions at this point. Then we take a break, probably till about 2:30. Come back to the charge conference. Before you leave, I have that draft so you could impose on your lunch hour. You could be looking at my instructions. With that, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew. So I'm renewing it and waive argument.
Okay.
We'd object to the motion.
All right. The motion at this point is denied. All right. And so we will be in recess till 2:30. And if counsel can just swear, and I'll get those copies. I should have brought them out with me. They're in my lobby. And then we'll be in recess. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Court, all rise.
All right, everybody. Yes, it is the same renewed Rule 25 motion. It is, so what they do is, it's one and the same. So after the Commonwealth ends their case, they automatically ask for a motion to dismiss. We talked about this before. It is usually in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. There has been a small occasion that a judge has dismissed a case after that moment, but it's very few and rare. If you want to see one in action, I brought up the case where it was in South Carolina, North Carolina, or Georgia, I forget, anybody in that region will know, is where the kid brought a pew-pew to school and the principal was being charged with, I forget what it was, but that was a case where the defense got up and said, whatever they're trying to prove wasn't enough and therefore dismissed the case. And they did that at that moment. Why are they doing it now? Well, the Commonwealth still had their case. They didn't completely rest. They did at the moment, and then they had rebuttal witnesses, so they rested again. Reddington gets up again and says, I would like you to dismiss this, but he doesn't have to go into a big argument. They already have the motion. It's just procedural. It's just procedural. Don't read anything into it. And of course, the judge denied it immediately because why? Because here we are. Not only that, I also have to tell you this as well. When we get to this point, the judge, all the evidence is in. You're at the end of this trial. We're so close, you guys. We're so close. Judges at this point, because they're so close and all the evidence is, unless there's such an egregious error, will not agree to the defense's request for a dismissal. They will deny it. Why? Because all the evidence is in. They've got the jurors there. And then it will be the jurors are the fact finders. So it will go to the jury because that's what judges want to do. Because that's what our system is made up of, right? So in most cases, especially at the end, it will automatically go to the jury. Just FYI, if you wanted to know. So what's going to happen next, everybody? They're at lunch. What they're going to do is they're going to come back and they're going to talk about the charging conference. We've already done this once. They did a charging conference. What does that mean? Well, we know that the prosecution's charging her with murder 1, schmurder 1, schmurder 2, and we weren't sure if they were going to do involuntary or not. I will go over that once we get there. Then there's going to be some instructions that they're going to give to the jury. As I stated many times, there is specific, precise language that this judge has to read to these juries. It is a matter of law. It is like the Constitution. It has to be very specific, and they have to go over everything. They're going to read it they're going to partially read it in court today. And then in the end, that is what the jurors are going to have to make their decision based upon. Not vibes, not TikTok suspicions, not rumors, innuendos, not conspiracy, all of the evidence and what the judge tells them that they need to review. So stay tuned because when they get back, that is what we're going to go over. So it's not over for today. Then what is going to happen tomorrow? I see it in the chat. You guys have asked. Tomorrow, hopefully, cross your fingers. Remember, the judge knocked on wood this morning. The jury is going to assemble. So tomorrow morning, just FYI, I will be on time. Tomorrow morning, I'll be here at 8 a.m. Why? Because we do not want to miss opening arguments. Will they start on time? I don't know. Do we hope they're going to start on time? I do, but you never know. So tomorrow morning, my start time will be right on the money because we want to hear it in real time. What's going to happen? The prosecution's going to get up and give their closing arguments. The defense is going to give their closing arguments. Will the prosecution go up again? They do have that opportunity. Then the judge is going to give his jury instructions, and then it goes to the jury. How long is this going to take? I don't know. We'll see whether or not the judge sets limits on them as to how long they can talk. He didn't do that in the opening arguments, so I don't see him doing that at closing. So they could just ramble on forever and ever and ever. I hope they keep it short. But to be honest with you, this is what I see happening, that they're going to go over all of this. Even the judges, his statements are going to be long and boring. I predict that it's going to go all the way up until lunchtime. And then that's approximately when they're going to get it. Now, if I'm wrong, yay, then it's shorter, but that is where it is going to be. Fuchsia's Gaming, you wish you were caught up. You like to see the comments of what was being said because you keep questioning. Don't worry, you guys can go backwards and forward. And just remember also, well, maybe not in the live, but if you go onto another feed, you can also do it at 2.5 speed or whatever. You guys will catch up. All right, everybody in the chat, there are 525 of you in here. Thank you and welcome. My name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We're doing what's called gavel to gavel coverage of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Unfortunately, on TikTok, I can't bring it to you live because they won't allow me. If you want to join me over on YouTube, I'm live over there as well. And that's where you can watch. There's a nice, lovely chat over there. Not saying that TikTok's not lovely, but TikTok, there's a lot of people and sometimes things get kerfuffled. So thank you for going over there. Everybody, wherever you are in whatever space, please like, share, etc. I am not a one-trick pony, meaning I've been doing this for a while. I've just found my spot on TikTok and I appreciate everybody being here. After the Lindsay Clancy trial is done, we have so much more to cover. We won't be hopping into another trial on my channel, but we will be going over some pre-trial hearings, some motions, etc. We'll change the topic a little bit. We'll move on to the next cases, plural. So just make sure to follow and like and turn your notifications on in those spaces so you know when I'm going to be live. I would like to start being live around 9 a.m. Central Time, which is my time. But it also depends on how or what hearings and stuff we have going on, and that time might flux. So just stay tuned, but we'll have a regularly scheduled program for you guys to enjoy because you're going to have withdrawals. But don't worry, I got you covered. So stay tuned. I try to make announcements to everybody. If you are over on YouTube and you're watching on your television, you have to take your remote control and kind of go down and scroll down to the like button. So make sure you like, or at some point in time, you got to go and hit the subscribe button. So do that as well. It's the same channel name, Legalese123. Also, I'm also on Facebook. If you want to go to my Facebook page, you can go on there. I do put exhibits, all of the things, etc., on there as well. Currently, what's pinned there is Lindsay Clancy's civil case, if you want to go read it. Now, I do want to remind you, if you go read it, you can't unring that bell. There are a few items in there that have not come out in the trial, just a few smattering things. Most of it did. But once you see that, you guys your minds are going to be blown. But we will go over that once the jury has all of the evidence and we're on verdict watch. I got a whole program for you while we wait and sit together for verdict watch. So don't worry, you're in the right place, you're in the right channel, etc. Oh, thank you for the hugs and kisses. I appreciate that, Bobby. And if you too would like to give me a kiss or you guys would like to give me a lovely gift, please, 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 please go ahead and do so. If you don't know, put it in the chat. We'll tell you how to do so. And you guys are doing amazing with sending all of the hearts and the roses. There's a battle going on. Tony sent 50 roses. Evie sent 50 chili peppers. And so, they're saying, beat that. The galaxy again. Oh, this morning somebody sent me the galaxy and it might have been you, Bobby, but we had to yeet that stream because TikTok was very laggy this morning. That's another reason why we're behind, is because TikTok was, yeah, boom, she beat it. Yeah, but you guys, I know you guys can beat her. But thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that so, so much. All right, law lovies, buckle up. I'm going to answer your questions. If she goes to jail, how will that affect her civil suit? It won't. They're two different things. I'm lagging for you now. Well, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. I don't know what else to do. I'm not restarting. I'm not going backwards to go forwards. I'm sorry. We're going to have to do the deal. I'll do my best. If by chance you guys have a question and I didn't answer your question, put it back in the chat and we'll see if I can get to it. Otherwise, Otherwise, I got a great idea. If you send me a gift and you have a question, then I'll go back and really, really look for it because I'll know that you sent something. All right, everybody. Why does the bow injection not state the reasons for her objections? Because it's what's called it's called a standing objection, where you just stand and sometimes you just give like a one-word sentence, and then if sorry. The rule is no standing objections, which means you can't say I object hearsay or I object whatever. You cannot argue your objection. You stand up and say objection, and then like if the judge can't quite get what your objection is, then he'll ask them to come to sidebar. Because what happens is when they stand, you know Reddington, when they stand up there and they object or they start saying things, then they're saying things that aren't evidence in the trial, and the jury can hear that, and the judge doesn't want that. There's a lot of trials that have that. Now there are some trials that don't. It just depends on the judge and what the judge's rules are. If she goes to the hospital, can she be released in like 10 years? Sure. Do you know what they denied at the end of the day? They asked for a dismissal again, and he said no. If she goes to jail, is the civil case over? No. What do you think the outcome will be? Not going to tell you until we're end. If you go into detail for the civil case on YouTube, right? Bert, I'm going to go into the detail. So, Bert, I already went into the civil case. I did that not this past weekend. I did it last weekend, I think, in the civil case. If you go to my YouTube channel and you look under live, or if you go under the playlist Lindsay Clancy, it says civil case. I went into the civil case already, but we will go over it again when we're on Verdict Watch. So stay tuned. She really likes those sidebars. Rosemary will have a blast with the civil trial. She will, and she also has 2 other attorneys with her. Why was Patrick's cell phone records not presented to the court? Why were they kept secret? Well, Bobby, that's a great question. I don't know. We don't know if they were not entered into evidence. There's a lot of evidence that was already agreed upon, and we don't know exactly what's put in. We only know kind of what they've talked about in court. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Why? Maybe they're irrelevant. Your guess is as good as mine. Let's see. He asked a motion to renew evidence, and the judge denied it. He filed a motion earlier. It's a Rule 25 motion to dismiss, and he was just renewing his motion. He was just renewing his objection to the denial of that motion and asked if it could be re-brought up, and the judge denied it. I hope that answers your question. Reddington keeps saying that she was only moaning during the 911 call. Report says she was in the basement. So 6. That's a great question. As you can see, we both got conflicting things. So there have been people who were in the courtroom that heard it, and a lot of people said that it was gargled. I question the same thing. How did he know that the kids were in the basement? So now I have questions. Neither one of them really answered that, did they? So, and Reddington really, really, really brought it up that it made it sound like, can we really believe what Patrick has to say? I know he was also talking about the kerfuffle with the crushed up pills and that the police didn't investigate very well. But is he throwing a little shade at Patrick? I have a couple of notes on that. I'll come back to that as well. Kara, they're due to return just after lunch, which is after 2:00-ish. We'll see if that happens. You know, they don't always return on time. The phone records are irrelevant. They are trying to prove if she was sane in the emming of the kids. Yep, because he went to go look for his kids. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that he went to go look for the kids. It's whether or not did she actually say that. I'm trying not to feed the conspiracy theories, but it was a question that I had that came up in my mind. I do agree that Patrick did not unalive the children. Remember, she already admitted to that, so that's where I am on that stance. She got one word out, basement, according to court reports. Okay, thank you, unprofessional nurse. That clears up things. Basement. There we go. Thank you. Yes, and how would Patrick know if he if he only took 1 or 2 steps into the bathroom. Well, I did like Reddington said, how do you know that she crushed up the pills? Right? I liked that a lot. I thought that was great. And that he did say, oh, you got that from Patrick? They didn't test it or anything, did they? So that's out there for you. But in the end, does it really matter? Because we know she unalived the children. These are I ask you guys all this time, are these the hills that you're going to die on? Or is there something else that is there one thing more than the other? But since it's super fresh in our minds, it came up. She tried to destroy herself 3 different ways. Yep. When the jury discusses for decision, are the alternates in the room? Oh, you asked that before. Thank you for asking again. Book slayer. Typically in Massachusetts, from what I understand, but each court is different. So that's you guys. Right now, the jury is made up of 12 women and 6 men. We don't know what the end makeup is going to be until at the end, when the judge gives the jury instructions, then they'll do bingo. Like I told you, they'll do bingo and they'll eliminate. And then we'll get an idea. We have people in the courtroom that will report out how many men and women will make up the end jury. Then that might also change your opinions and thoughts of where you think this is going to go. I believe that the 6 alternates will be gone, that he'll just dismiss them outright and say, okay, thank you for your time and efforts. You're gone. Sometimes they hold on to them. What they do is the ones that are deliberating are in one room, the other 6 are in another room. And as I mentioned before, what could happen is if any of the deliberating jurors, if one of them gets yeeted for whatever reason, and an alternate has to take their place, if they go down this route, then once the alternate takes their place, they start all over again. Now, what happens if he dismissed those other jurors and they get to go home and the 12 jurors are there and one gets yeeted? Guess what? We have to start all over again. But cross your fingers that doesn't happen, because you need 12 jurors to make a unanimous decision. Who did she admit it to? Oh, Naomi Smith. She made a declaration. It's on my Facebook page. Go read it. Yeah, maybe the powder was just lemonade. They never tested it. She didn't admit. She has to be told. Okay. She did plead guilty to the unaliving of the children. The blood on the door is what had me looking sideways. Patrick is innocent. Yes. Thank you, everybody. And if you want to thank me, Tinkler, and anybody else, please give to my goal fund up here. That's what this bar is at the top. Some people are like, what's this bar? That is my gift goal today. Oh my goodness. What is that? T Wright sent, oh, you sent heart balloons. Those are so cool. You guys, I never get to see sometimes what you guys send me. I appreciate it so much. I thought there were testimonies that she didn't know the kids were gone. They didn't test so many things throughout the investigation. If she pled guilty, we would be watching sentencing hearing, not trial, to prove she did it. Kelsey, there's a stipulation that she unalived the children. Remember, Kevin Reddington keeps saying she KILLED the kids. So that is not in question. It is whether or not she was criminally responsible. And if she was, she goes to jail. Or if she was not mentally, if she has a mental defect or disease, and they will have to decide she goes to the mental institution, mental hospital. I keep saying institution. All right. Oh my goodness. That is the puppy is so cute. A golden retriever. Do you guys think she actually believes she did it because she was told that? Alexander, we're not going with the conspiracy theories. It was so cute, wasn't it? All right, if you're just new here, please like, subscribe, and all the fun thing. Thank you so much for the gift. That's so cute. All right, I'm going to go up to go down because you guys asked some questions earlier and I couldn't get to them. So no verdict today, tomorrow. Oh, no, sorry. No verdict today. I doubt tomorrow. Well, they haven't even finished the case today, so there's no verdict today. I really sincerely doubt there'll be a verdict tomorrow. There might be one late on Friday, maybe, but perhaps maybe Monday. But jurors really don't want to come back. So I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what my end result will be. Amanda, I hope they don't put the OUI instruction there. Amanda, not everybody knows what that means. I will tell you at the end once all of the evidence is in. Yes, the evidence is in, but I need to hear what the judge is. I need to hear what they're charging her with. And I want to hear closing arguments. And then we'll go over it. I have a whole pros and cons list I'm going to give you. I bet you Reddington changes the charge again. All he can do is ask, right? It's just like anybody else. All you got to do is ask. And the prosecution said no. This was for the involuntary. The prosecution said no, but I think the judge might let it. And the reason why, remember, if you don't know, the judge was overturned in another case. So the judge might be a little softy, might let it in. We'll talk about that. Most people don't have experience with psycho. Oh my goodness, what's that? Oh, look how cute that is. Oh my gosh. That was so cute. What was that? Oh, a sage. Oh my gosh, the sage is so cute. You guys are getting me distracted. I'm trying to answer questions here. Hung jury takes at least 3 to 6 days. Yes, it does. It does. Yep. What if she was found not guilty? Will she be in a mental institution? She has to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. So, yes. Jury does not deliberate on the weekends. No. Where can you see all the evidence? Jessica, I'm putting it all together for you as soon as we have some of it, and it will be more to come. And I'll give you where that is as soon as I get it all together. Can the judge say this case is over? I have doubt. Nope, it goes to the jury. It's not conspiracy theories if the jury considers it reasonable doubt. True. If it is a fast verdict, it is guilty. Not always. No, not always. You can never predict what a jury is going to do. All of the best lawyers will say that. Well, the judge did say all the evidence is in. So all of the evidence in this case is in. Now we just wait for closing arguments. Has Reddington won a lot of cases? He's won some notable ones, but it depends on what your definition of winning is. So even if a person is found guilty, so for example, I think he did the Ingolf Turk case earlier this year, and he got him a lesser sentence. So if you call that winning, then you call that winning. I call it winning. Right. Be careful. Patrick's lawyer is putting everyone on notice, so be careful what you say. You've never been so anxious in your life. Welcome to the world of legal things. Because if you think this case you're biting your nails on, wait till we get to the next one and the next one. Amy Vaughn, we don't know what the jury is made up of just yet. We'll find out tomorrow after the judge's instructions are over, and then they do the bingo, jury bingo. She spoke to several psychiatrists about her recollection of what she did. That's all her. Yes. The judge gave 3 options in the beginning. Not guilty, guilty by reason of insanity. Yep, he'll go over that and we'll talk about that. So why does the prosecution have to prove without a reasonable doubt that she did it? Just because it's sort of the letter of the law, but she stipulated to it. It's very complicated, you guys. This is a complicated case in the end. It's not a whodunit. We already know who did it. But for legal reasons, they have to put these down. We'll go over it. We'll listen to what the judge has to say. He'll clear it up. If you don't think you're 100% convinced and that you're still up in the air, that's reasonable doubt. So you vote not guilty, mental hospital. Is there any way where she is found not criminally responsible and isn't going to facility forever? No. You're thinking Monday. Patrick's lawyer put out a statement. That's right. They're going to go after everybody. But remember, they also have to have cause, right? They have to have cause. You have to have slandered, libeled, and really defamed them. He can't just sue anybody. Orange is the new pink. Get a bunk at the prison ready. Is it over today? No. They're coming. The lawyers are coming back to argue lawyerly legal things. The question of whether she committed the act was already answered the first day of trial. That is correct. And if you want to read the stipulation, it's on my Facebook page, everybody. Pinned to the top, the stipulation. You've been on a jury. People will just give in to leave. It's sad. It certainly is, Monique, but that's the light, and that is the lot in life. I already answered that. We already answered that. I answered that. Right, but all the evidence is in. We're waiting to see what she's going to be charged with and or what instructions he's going to give. It's not coincidence that her husband's name is coming up with everything. Well, after today, I got to tell you, Reddington just stirred up a hornet's nest. So you guys asked, so Des asked, why is there different stories from Pat? Let me tell you why. So, first of all, is your memory better 3 years after the incident, or is your memory better closer to the time of the events? And if someone's writing down some of the things that Patrick's saying, we know all too well that sometimes people don't get things right. And Patrick's testifying now 3 years afterwards. People aren't, and you guys, we're looking at things with a microscope, right? We are looking at everything he has to say and everything he does, and we're scrutinizing everything. Could Patrick Clancy be wrong? Yes. Could his recollection not be correct? Yes. When they're interviewing Lindsay 3 years later, just months before this trial, could her recollection be wrong? Yes. So that's something to think about. Do I think that she needs to lose this trial to win the other? No. You still think it's going to be a hung jury? Yes, everybody tap, 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 tap. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, we're only at 125K. Let's see if we can get to 150 before they get back from lunch. Please, please, please. How is it not all hearsay? Betsy, I'm not quite sure where you're at with that. Because he interviewed he interviewed Patrick, and because he is the expert, that can bring that in. That's from his expert report, his investigation. They're on a Dunkin' Donuts break. Do we need like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck to come in and do their Dunkin' thing? Yes, the only options are guilty, prison, or not guilty by reason of insanity, and the hospital. Hopefully they'll be back at 2:00 Eastern time. It could be a hung jury. It depends. You know what, guys? I need to find out what the makeup of the jury is going to be, because my thoughts are if it's half and half, if it's half women, half men, that's where I think it might be hung. If it's more women than men, I think I kind of think they're going to go with insanity, but you never know. You never know. I could be wrong. Because Patrick's word is not being questioned because they haven't found any evidence that he's done anything nefarious. You live in Massachusetts. You love your dunks. You should. Did the police have their body cameras on? I don't know if they did or they didn't, but it was never brought in. So, Reddington's highlights today. Oh, you guys, Reddington was snarky today. And I told you this before when he said Jennifer Sprague or Jen Sprague, that's the other attorney, the prosecuting attorney, instead of saying attorney Sprague, and she corrected him. And then I would like to think he had a senior moment where he failed to answer her correctly. And then when the witness said Jim Sprague, and he corrected the witness and said attorney Sprague. You guys, I just almost lost it. I almost just lost it for the day. Do I think anything would come of Reddington's shots at Patrick? Is it even possible for him to pursue Patrick as an accessory or something along those lines? Jessica, it's just going to have to be if the police have anything on Patrick, they would have to if criminal charges are going to be put on him, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think so. It's already been 3 years. This case will be over and done with once the jury comes out with their verdict. Oh, the table on the residue. I just heard that part. Maybe that's where she's referring to. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna bring up in just a second that during the testimony they were talking about the photo of what was in the bowl on the couch that Dawson supposedly ate. Remember, Patrick said that he was eating chicken nuggets and green beans. But if you look at the bowl, I'm going to bring the bowl up here in just a minute. It had cucumbers in it, you guys. So give me 1 second. I'm going to bring it up for everybody so everybody can see. Give me 1 second. I got to do some wrangling here. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom in on the bowl so y'all can see the bowl. All right, hold on just a second. I redid some stuff with my computer, and where I normally save things doesn't save it there, so I have to do extra savings. So just 1 second. I'm going to bring it up for you guys. Hopefully everybody's going to see this. So you can see there's actually, it looks like there are cucumbers inside there. But did he eat the chicken nuggets? And then while the trial was going on and you guys were asking, what did oh well shoot, that didn't work. Hold on. When you guys were asking, oh God, you guys, I'm tired. I told you guys I got up at 4 a.m. this morning and I am a tired pumpkin. You guys asked me if okay, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, but I can't cover my face. So hopefully everybody on TikTok can see this. Hang on, everybody over on YouTube. I'm going to get to you next. I'll make it bigger. You can see it looks like there's cucumbers in there. And then you guys asked me about the stomach contents of the children. We know that there were no rugs found in their system. I recall that 100%. Hold on. But I do not, I tried to go look at the, sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. Okay, there we go. Everybody on YouTube, you get to see that it looks like cucumbers. I mean, I don't know. I tried to go look and see from a couple of the medical examiners if they testified to the contents of the children's stomach, and I couldn't find it. So, right, it doesn't look like chicken nuggets to me. Did he eat the chicken nuggets? I don't know. But you guys, in the end, we can squabble over all of the little nuances, right? We can squabble over all of the little things. In the end, it doesn't matter because we already know she admitted to doing it. It's whether or not she was not mentally sane when she did it, or is she criminally responsible? Let's see. She's a nurse and she didn't know how to unalive herself. Can a prison even accommodate her needs? Yes, they do have American with Disability things in hospital or in prisons. Lindsay looks irritated. Pat's phone records were sealed. The only thing that was sealed was the 911 call. The other records weren't shown in court because they were irrelevant. That could be it. All right. It may not, but we aren't lawyers. We can see that something is off. Right, but just remember, you guys, we're also not the jury either, right? We're just the outside jurors. So we're not even deciding this case. right? We're talking about it as if you were a juror, which is very important. So now you have the ability when you become a juror, kind of what your thoughts and feelings are, etc. So I know, thank goodness, I don't want to be a juror in this case. I don't want to. I don't want to. And yes, everybody deserves a fair trial. Absolutely. See, first, I'm never doing jury duty. Well, just because you said that now, you're going to get a summons in the mail. You know that? That's like you get an automatic summons. Right. You can, yes, exactly. Listen, you can go ahead. You can bring it on in this chat. That's fine. Yes, we need charges and instructions first. Oh, Sarah said she served as a juror a few months ago. All right, my law levies. Let's see. We only are at 131K. Oh, that's so sad. All right, everybody. Everybody. There are 428 of you there. If everybody taps 400 times, I'm just joking. A minimum of 100 times. I know you guys can do it. So if you're new to TikTok and you don't know how to tap and make it rain the hearts, you could just get your phone and you can tap and hearts will appear. And sorry, I'm tired this morning. It makes likes to my page and to this feed and to this live, and it might get more people in as well as everybody. We're also going to do hashtag FYP, right? FYP. Also, program note 2. We will, maybe not today. It depends on what time they get finished. If they finish really relatively quickly, then I'll open it up and we can chat today. If not, don't worry, because then during like the verdict watch that we're going through on Thursday and or Friday, we can open it up for chat. But you guys know my rules. It's called panel chat. There are rules for my panel and chat, and we'll go over those after when and if we get there. Okay. So it's the be nice chat. All right, something else I wanted to show you guys. Remember how I told you that Miss V, she makes lovely TikToks for me. I need to show you the one she made for me. Let's see if I can find it. So I'm going to show everybody. Oh, let's see if I can find it. One moment, please. I know I reposted it, which means I think it's on my page, but I don't know where it goes. So I'm new to TikTok too, you guys. So I know how to do some things, and some things I don't have any clue. All right, hold on. Let me get her page up. One moment, please. It's very funny. You guys will appreciate it. Oh, goodness, girl. Okay, here it is. Oh my goodness. Hang on. It's very long. It's V to the double double. Let's see. And then I got to find it. She sent it to me this morning, but I don't know how to get it from beyond that. So hold on, everybody. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to see if I can add it, you guys. This is so funny. Hang on just a second. You guys, my Law Lovey, she made this for us, and I appreciate it so much. Okay. Hang on. We'll have to watch it a couple of times. And don't worry, everybody over on YouTube, I'll bring it up for you guys too. Okay, so here we go. And it's got a nice little song. Let me know if it's too loud. I can turn it down too. Hang on, I got to get it over on YouTube. They can't see it. Oh boy. It's a long day, you guys. Stop that. Oh, you got to click to do this. You got to click to do that. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Can everybody see it now? Oh, why? It's you guys is lagging. Oh, I know, because every time I do go back and forth, it stops.
I could think of things I never thought before. With the thoughts I'd be thinking, I could be another Lincoln if I only had a brain.
Isn't that funny, you guys? All right, did everybody on YouTube get to see it? Say yes or no. Let me know. Because if I click back and forth for some reason, it stops. But did you guys get to see it? Tell me yes or no on YouTube. Did you guys get to see it? I can't see it with you because it keeps going back and forth. Anyways, I thought you guys would like that. So if you guys want to go follow, there's V. There's V. I'm going to pin V, you guys. You guys should go and I must have summoned you. You came at right the time. So I pinned V. She made this for me. Go and give her a follow. She's doing amazing. V, how many followers do you have now? She has like 10 gazillion. Oh, she made it. You guys, she just made it too. She has 10,000. Well, she has 10,001. But I'm sure it's more than that. She makes some great AI things, etc. And she does my dirty work for me. Meaning I ask her to do things and she gets them. I have some more for her. I have more, but I'll have to tell her later. Oh, you guys got to see it. Great, thank you. If she doesn't go to Dale and she ends up going to the hospital, one stipulation should be she gets sterilized. Oh, goodness. That's a different subject for another day. That was V. That was really good. Yeah, I tuned it down. I turned it down. So that was really funny. V sent that to me. I appreciate that. That is really funny. I have some more ideas for you, but right now I'm doing this. So how's everybody doing? Oh, you guys, my gift giving is almost there. We're so close. Well, it says 66%. You guys know that they change, like if I have like a goal of say 5,000, they change the goalpost. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Miss V. I love that one. I always know it's you because you always send that one to me. Thank you. Yeah, the last one was better than your sound machine. Am I from the Midwest? Am I breaking bread? Do I sound like I'm from the Midwest? And tell me where in the Midwest do you think I'm from? I do sometimes get my my Boston accent every once in a while. Go park the car in Harvard Yard. You guys know I lived there for a while, and I pick up accents very easily. We also lived in Texas too, and so I had a very big Southern drawl too for a while. So, how long do I think closing arguments will be? I'd like for them to be less than an hour, but I don't think that's going to be it. I think an hour and a half each. Hopefully, cross our fingers. Yeah, the car. I parked the car in Harvard Yard. You're going to ask me if I lived in Minnesota. Unfortunately, my law lovies, I cannot tell you where I live because I do not wish to have that information divulged to the internet. But I live in the Midwest. Your mother-in-law is from Illinois and you love the way she talks. Is she from Chicago? Does she say sausages? And where's sausages and does she like the Cubbies or the Bears or the Packers? Nope, they're not done for the day. They're gonna be coming back. You like my regional accents? Thank you, everybody. I'm here for your entertainment purposes. Woo! Oh yeah. Okay, so let's do roll call. Where is everybody else from? Because you guys can tell me the state you're in. I'm not going to tell you anything. A suburb of Chicago, yes. Big Bears fan. All right, J. Marie. There is a big kerfuffle about where in Chicago. Is she from the south suburbs, the west suburbs, the north suburbs? That is very important to know because my family lives there too. That's where I was born and raised. Just FYI. So I'm from all over. I've been everywhere. I've been everywhere. I'm going to try to put me in a state of nap. Well, Miss Eva, if you need to go nap, go nap. Go nap. Let me just click on the feed and see if anything's happening. It is not. South Carolina, you're going to ask Minnesota, 1.5 each. South Carolina in the house. Oh, they're going to talk legal stuff. They're going to talk about what they're actually charging her with and hopefully jury instructions. Oh, let me ask her real quick. Tell her a fellow Chicagoan would like to know. I was born in Virginia. I'm like all over you guys. Debbie, you're from the Midwest, Florida originally. Oh, Maggie says 150. Did we make it to one? Yeah, we made it to 150. Yay! Thanks for the follow, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you're new here, hi, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We are still in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. They're going to come back, the lawyers and the judge. We're going to talk legal stuff. I'll break it down for you to the best of my ability. So we will see what is going to come from that. And that's very important. And maybe we'll get a sneak peek at the jury instructions. And if I get my hot little hands on the jury instructions, that would be good, as well as I want to see the jury ballot. But we might not get that until afterwards. But it's going to be okay because you follow me. And when you follow me, I'll try to give you all of the receipts. I was just looking to see if there's any more hubdy-doo outside of the courtroom. Oh, I do need to tell you guys, there has been some not so much breaking news out of the courtroom, but I wanted to tell you guys there was a pug in the courtroom this morning. You guys know a pug is a little doggy, right? I don't know why the pug was in the courtroom, but Christina Rex, she is a Boston reporter. She reported out that there was a pug in the courtroom today. Breaking news. There was a pug in the courtroom. I don't know if it got to stay. I don't know the context as to why there was a pug in the courtroom, but there was a pug this morning. Don't know. We have Jessica's from Massachusetts. Jessica, are you ready for me to get back to Massachusetts and tell you all about, so you guys, you know that Rosemary Scapiccio is going to give a barbecue of lolly tomorrow, but we can't see it because we'll be on closing statements tomorrow. So probably we'll see whether I'll bring that coverage to you maybe Friday while we're waiting for verdict watch. We'll do things. And we will also take a poll, everybody. After tomorrow, we will take a poll. They're on a break, Nicole, but all the evidence and all of the testimony is done. What time am I streaming tomorrow? Tomorrow I will be on at 8 Central, 9 tomorrow. But just remember, if you want to watch me, I have a YouTube channel. I'm live over there right now. Legalese123 if you want to watch with us. I will continue to make those things as well. We might hear jury instructions. I'm hoping we did. I'm crossing my fingers. He might tell us a little bit about jury instructions today. Last time was just like standard this, standard that. Sometimes they go through it. So I'm hoping to hear a little bit about it. So we will see. Do I think there's going to be a fast verdict? It depends on what the jury's made up of, in my opinion. So as soon as we know what the makeup is what, I'll kind of, that's what I'll do. Minnesota, and you're in the northern Minnesotas, and so you have a different accent than the southern. Yes. Are you in like the Fargo, North Dakota area. This is to Andrea or Andrea. Some people go Andrea, right? Andrea, are you by Fargo? And if you guys know, you know they have that Minnesota accent in Fargo. Oh, you guys are so fun today. I appreciate you guys. You would be shocked if it was a fast verdict. Me too. Barbie says, prison, throw away the key. Sorry if I answered it before. This is who picks the, sorry if you answered this, but who picks which jurors are the actual 12? Sometimes it's like between the judge and the court clerk. Like it just depends. So they like do a bingo or like names in a hat sort of thing. Andrea. Oh, nice. No, I'm in southern. Oh, you're in southern Minnesota. So you're like over by like are you by the Mall of America? Are you by the Mall of America or over that area? You would be peeved to sit that long and then had no input because you were not only that, but you can't. So you guys, this trial has been going on for all of these weeks, right? And because you have so many breaks and so many things, you go and you talk to these people. You can't talk about the case, but you can talk about, how many kids do you have? What's the weather? Do you like to knit? So you get to know these people because you're confined in these settings. And then can you just imagine that you have to be yeeted out and you don't get to talk to them about the case? But I do know, Framingham. Yeah. Or Farmington. I can't, what I see? There is a place in Massachusetts called Framingham, and my mind goes to Framingham when I see Farmington. Okay, gotcha. I know where that's at. I know where Framingham is in Boston too. So what was I saying? Yeah, can you just imagine being yeeted and then you can't go talk to your buddies? They can after the case is over. So like, let's say they exchange phone numbers. You can exchange phone numbers. And then when it's all said and done, they can all come together and talk about it. So you used to live near Framingham in Newton. I lived in Newton too. I lived in Newton for a while. I lived in Cambridge because my husband was going to Harvard. So we lived in Cambridge. And then when I was getting ready to have my first son, we moved to Newton because we were in an apartment in Cambridge. And so then we moved to Newton. I told you guys, I told you guys that there were People's Public of Cambridge. So I'm baking bread. I got caught up in the Boston Marathon. I had taken my husband to the airport. And on my way back, the Boston Marathon was going on. And like Heartbreak Hill is over there by Newton, right? Heartbreak Hill was south of where I lived. I was trying to go in by where the library was. I don't know if you know where that is. So I was going into where the library was. I didn't live in like Newton Center. I lived just a little outside of it, just not too far from the library. And the street was blocked off and I had a newborn baby. And I was like, oh, dude, I just need to cross the street to get home. And the Boston Marathon was going on. And then so the dude let me get through, but the marathon was happening. So I kind of laughed. I left baking bread. I left Massachusetts 2 years prior to the bombing. But I worked on Newberry Street. And it was just right that corner, just right when you go up to where the marathon by the Prue. And I worked like right there where all of like the bombs and stuff went off. I was distraught, but I was glad that I wasn't there. But anyways, so yeah. You guys, I've been everywhere. And it seems like every time I tell you these things, it seems like tragedy just seems to follow me, right? After I left Moscow, what happened? Some crazy person came in and unalived people, right? Right? Everybody's crazy, by the way. I'm crazy. We're all crazy. Oh, you guys are not back yet, which is fine, because then it'll get really heavy with all this legal jargon. I do know about Emily D. Baker. Yes, I do. Some people said that, so Melissa, somebody said to me, are you trying to be like Emily D. Baker? And I said, no, I can't, because Emily's D. Baker's Emily D. Baker. I can't be her. Nobody can be her. She's Emily D. Baker, meaning there's only one Emily D. Baker. So nobody else can be her. So I said, but that is a very good compliment. If you think that I'm similar to her, I am. My personality is very similar to her. We would be fast friends. So I do like her personality. I do like a lot of the things that she does, her commentary, etc. So I do like her. You guys, I watch a lot of other people. I watch Lawyer, I watch Melanie Little. I watch Defense Diaries, a couple of other law tubers who are actual lawyers. I do watch them. So, oh, yay. See, you got caught up. Yay. See, I told you. You're currently sitting in Framingham right now. We have an actual Bostonian in Framingham right now, and she's supposed to be working. We're not going to tell her boss that she's talking to me. Reddington did not mention the today. Yes, Elizabeth, we're waiting for them to come back to go over exactly what they're going to charge her with, and maybe some jury instructions. So we will see. I cannot wait. The accent is horrible. You have it in Waltham. See, I got that right. Waltham. You guys, also, I went to go see Harry Connick Jr. in the Berkshires. The Berkshires are very nice, you guys. Have you guys been to the Berkshires? And if you know, you know. If you've ever been to the Berkshires, it was very nice. But I also do like Boston, because Boston's really nice, because you can go to New York, you can go to Maine, you can go to New Hampshire, Rhode Island. I've been to Rhode Island. So when we lived there, that's how I got all of the New England states down off of my, what 50 states have you been to? Right? Because they're easily just, hop in your car and you go around. One thing I don't miss about Cambridge is I don't miss having to move my car because of street cleaning and making sure that my car is parked on the right side for snowplow removal. I do not miss those days. Bianca, the judge dismissed the jury for the day because all the evidence is in, and it's just lawyer stuff today. Closing arguments will be tomorrow morning. You guys, I still had my Boston telephone number when we moved. We moved back to Chicago. And I'd still get calls about moving my car and stuff. I always thought it was great. You have so many places with same names here in the UK. Yes. You know why? Because our forefathers came from England and just used the same names. So, she's from okay. Is she really from the south side of Chicago? Is she really in the south side of Chicago, or she's in the suburbs? There's a difference, There's a difference. I am from the suburbs of Chicago. So, Yari asked if I am a lawyer. Yari, I am not, but I know a lot of legal things, and I should be a lawyer. I could be a lawyer. I bet you if I went to go take the bar exam, I'd do pretty good. But, Tewksbury and Tewksbury. Yep. Yes, the Rule 25 was declined again. Yes. 61st in law. Okay. She's in the south side. She is right. I am wrong. Okay. Yep. Okay, now, J. Marie, you have to ask her, is she a Cubs fan or a White Sox fan? This is very important to me. Very important to me. I need to know. Can we be friends or not? Can we be friends or not? As a Patriots fan, you're jealous of all of you. Why? You want to move out to the Berkshires, but it doesn't have it doesn't jive well with a finance degree. You have to stick to both. Not only that, there are a lot of old people in the Berkshires, right? There are a lot of old folks in the Berkshires. You are working and listening. I see that. Yes, yes, yes. There are lots of older people in the Berkshires. It's very pretty out there. Very pretty. White Sox. Okay, we got a White Sox. The Burbs are Cubs fans. White Sox, go Cubs, go Cubbies. The Reds, yeah. Okay, okay. Be right back. Oh, you're gonna go ask her. I need to know. Oh, your last name is Tewksbury? Oh my goodness, that's so funny. That's good. You didn't know, but today was the first time you really noticed Red calling out things relying on Patrick Clancy. Yep. You worked in the Berkshires for 10 years, Kestrel? Oh my goodness. What did you do? What did you do in the Berkshires? What did you do in there? There's lots of rich people in the Berkshires too. Lots of money, right? Lots of money in the Berkshires. As a woman from the south side of Chicago, she has been to O Block. Oh, the thing's moving. Yeah, Bessie, you can use the microwave. I saw the courtroom feed is moving. Josh, what are you saying here? I'm not sure what you're saying here. As a woman from the south side of Chicago, she has been to O Block. I'm not sure what you're saying. Mackenzie says, "Go Pack, go." Are you in Wisconsin, my darling? Are you in Wisconsin? Don't be gross, but do the nurses have to change Lindsay's diapers? Yep, they do. Who are we asking? Oh, je t'aime. That was terrible French. That was the worst French I've done. Did I say it right? Je t'aime? Je t'aime? Anyways, who are we asking? The White Sox. Yeah, because there's some people in here from Chicago, and I want to know. This person says she's from the south side of Chicago, so I want to know: is she a Cubby fan or a White Sox? You manage a retail store in the Lanesboro Mall. Interesting. You're cracking up because you have no idea why we're debating Southside. Okay, because I lived in Chicago, and before I give my answer, somebody on here, okay, here she is. She said her dad was a Cubs fan, so she stayed loyal Cubs fan. Oh, okay, we are a house that's divided. I am a White Sox fan. White Sox fan all the way. But my grandfather and my grandfather's father and all of them are Cubby fans. So we are a house divided, but everybody likes the Bears. The Bears. The Bears. That sounds like a prison wing. What are my thoughts now that they are done? Gamer Girl, not yet. Not yet. Not quite yet. We need to know what the charging conference is today. And then after closing arguments, I'll give you my thoughts. We'll go over it. I promise you. Just wait. If she goes to prison, will she have a nurse or will she have another inmate to help her? If she goes to prison, this is what my thoughts are. First of all, she probably will be in like a hospital ward-ish area, if I'm not mistaken. And there'll be nursing staff to take care of her, but she will be in like a locked up room. It's not going to be the Tewksbury Hospital. Trust me. So in reality, no matter what happens, she wouldn't end up in jail or prison due to her health. No, she'll go to jail. She'll be in jail. So, but she'll be like on the hospital ward because she needs constant care. She needs daily care, or maybe hourly. I'm not 100% sure. You lived on East 99th. Can't get more south than White Sox. Go, girl. Yes. In New Mexico, we don't have any of our own teams. Monique, you can borrow any one of the baseball teams that you'd like if you want to. Je t'aime. Je t'aime is how you learn how to pronounce it. Thank you. You guys, I'm tired this morning, so everything's good. I just want I just want to go to a Patriots Super Bowl parade. So you haven't been there since they won a Super Bowl? Is that what you're saying? You need courts. The court yes and no is finished today. The jury is out. All of the witnesses are done. The lawyers and the judge are going to come back to talk about law things. So we are still waiting for them to come back. So hold on. She won't be in Gen Pop. No prison will want her, though. You work in a jail. Thank you, Laura, for that information. Prison is worse. Prison is worse. No takeout food from her parents. No, there won't be. There won't be any takeout foods or snacks. Well, I guess you could get commissary, right, Laura? But yeah. You don't know how they're going to make a decision when the timeline still doesn't add up. And that's called reasonable doubt. So if there's reasonable doubt, then they vote for her to go to the hospital. So you do borrow everyone else's. Oh, can I tell you what happened this morning? Yes, Misty, you missed it. I will do my best. You guys, I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning, so I am tired and my brain is not 100%. So just to let you know, I didn't get much sleep. Long story. If you were on earlier this morning, I gave you the ins and outs. Let's see if I can do my best. Number one, there was a lot of rehashing. What did Dr. Tufts do? What did she prescribe her? Did you know that she prescribed her the Zoloft? And did you know that she didn't take the Zoloft? How many mags of Zoloft did she prescribe? 25. These are things off the top of my head. So it started off with a bang. I thought that the prosecution was going to end after that, but no, she continued on and on and on and on. Hold on. Let me get to my notes. It was good. She asked him yes or no questions in the beginning. So the prosecution so we still had Dr. FBI on the stand. By the way, the cameraman wiggled the camera, so we might be going back. So we might have to come back to this. The prosecution had FBI dude on the stand, and he asked her a whole bunch of yes or no questions. Did the voice tell her where to unalive the children? Did the voice tell her how to unalive the children? Did the voice tell her to unalive herself? Did the voice tell her in what order to unalive the children? It was very impactful at the beginning. And then it just took off to like nowhere land, right? You guys put hearts. You guys like the stream while I retell the story. And if I'm very accurate, Dr. FBI was very smart. He had a lot of uhs and ums, and he paused a lot. Some people think that was very suspicious. I say he was being very cautious about what he was trying to say, and he was trying to process and word his answers very carefully, in my opinion. They talked about her decision making. He said there were 3 things for it: onus, isolation, the burden, and the capability. And of course, his conclusion was that even though he felt that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, he still said that she had the bipolar 2 and seemed to make her decisions, and that she was criminally responsible for making those decisions. That's the gist of cross-examination. Direct examination. I apologize. That means that the prosecution asked him. When Reddington got up, Reddington hammered him again on his CV. He had a lot of things about a lot of different things, you guys, a lot of weird, strange things. Mainly, he does a lot of things with prisoners and whether or not they are able to be released, and just mental things with prisoners. He was in the military, so he does some stuff with the FBI. He's also a professor, so he does some stuff with professoring. But remember from yesterday's testimony, the only thing that he has done with anything with postpartum or anything of that nature was 40 years ago. And that was the medicine. I wrote it down yesterday. The medicine that women were, after women had stopped breastfeeding, they were given this medication, and the medication led them to be in a psychotic state. So he was evaluating them, and he wrote a paper on it. Obviously, they don't give that medication to women anymore, and let's give it up, to the women who have done this and have, went through this so that future women don't suffer. right? Thanks for being the guinea pigs. Boy. All right. Let's see what else. They talked about his salary and how he's getting paid. That was really weird. Oh, Jillian's hitting us with the roses. Oh my goodness, you guys. Jillian's winning when it comes. Jillian is winning when it comes to these roses. Who's gonna beat her? Who's gonna beat her? They talked about Dr. Resnick as well. Do you know Dr. Resnick? Don't you know he's the expert in uh whether or not somebody lies? I don't know. I don't remember what the exact wording was. They asked him that several different times. Reddington got a little spicy at one point in time where he had said he called the prosecutor, her name is Jennifer Sprague. He called her Jen Sprague, and she corrected him and said Attorney Sprague because that's the most professional thing. And instead of saying Attorney Sprague, he said Jen Sprague again. And then he asked the witness, and the witness said Jen Sprague, and then he corrected the witness and said Attorney Sprague. That is where the kangaroo court comes in. If you haven't seen the TikTok that V made me go to, I don't know where it would be. Anyways, I'll see if I can post it on my page. V made a TikTok for me of kangaroo court. As you know, it was funny. We got to see it. I posted it for you guys. He talked about why or could somebody have given her a blood test. We all know that. He also talked about testing her thyroid as well. I'm doing a recap for those of you who might have missed it. Yep, kangaroo court and then the bows. And then he talked about some 3 different drugs. There was a spelling test today. He had to spell these 3 drugs for the court reporter. They are mood stabilizers that potentially should have taken, right? They talked about the lamictal again and whether or not it could create a serious rash. And he said, like 1 in 1,000, but it's very, very rare. They went back and forth on that. Even when the prosecutor got up again, she asked that again. And because remember, Lindsay didn't want to take it because she Googled it and it said it could give her a rash. But somebody over on TikTok said the Johnson something syndrome, and you guys clocked it. Oh, you caught up to the kangaroo video? Oh, and no, you haven't because you're a Patriots fan from Michigan. Well, maybe this is your year, girl. Maybe this is the year the Patriots will win again. Yes, Stevenson-Johnson syndrome. Thank you, Latay. Thank you for paying attention for me. What else? They talked about whether Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada did the right thing, and of course he said yes because he's not part of the civil case. He's not going to say no. Not sure. They talked about neurotransmitters. I thought that was really interesting. He gave him a lesson in what I would call like psychological brain 101 and asked about neurotransmitters. I thought that was really good. And then they talked about the drop in progesterone. I told you guys about that. If you didn't hear me before, there was a TikToker, and she had stated that she had a baby. She had similar thoughts to Lindsay, and she got a blood test, and they said, "Oh, bingo, your progesterone is low." But the first doctor told her, "Take this medication," and she said, no way," because she was breastfeeding her child, and she didn't want to take the medication. So she went to a neuropath, and they tested her blood, low progesterone. So that's where the neurotransmitter thing came in. I thought that was really interesting. Oh, and then there's a big debate. What did Patrick actually hear Lindsay say? When you heard the 911 call, did you actually hear him say that the kids were in the basement, or did you just hear like grumblings and stuff like that? And then he also brought up the fact that how do you know that she crushed up the pills? Because the police didn't investigate the crushed up pills. And how do you know it wasn't lemonade? So, and if you guys know, if you know, you know, right, I'm the only one that's allowed to disrespect Jen Sprague. if you guys know, you know, Reddington yesterday outside of the courtroom, someone talked to him about the pills. And he stated to the reporters, well, we don't know because the police didn't test anything, right? Because they were talking about how did she crush up the pills? She didn't have a mortar and the pestle, right? And there were, I guess, if there was or wasn't powdery residue, which is very hard to tell from the pictures. And then Reddington said that he went the next day with Patrick to the room, and then he got the drawer. I was on break at the moment. He got the drawer and everything. I totally heard it, the drawer. No, they haven't done the charge hearing just yet. We're still waiting for them to come back. They haven't come back yet. Maybe they took a long lunch today. So he talked about the draw again, and he's like, do you want me to get the draw? And then the prosecution came on and said, well, you don't know that there was no pills in the drawer. I mean, they were just fighting. It's fighting over the littlest things. It's really, it's a lot. So if you're just joining me, we're doing a recap. Because some of you missed it, and I'm doing the best that I can. And then they talked about what was, some inconsistencies with Patrick. Was she at the refrigerator when she received the call from Patrick? Was she in the basement with the kids when she got the call from Patrick? Nobody knows. And he's like, well, where did you get this information? And who told you? Patrick told you, Lindsay told you. And so it was this big kerfuffle of what Patrick told you. And it was suspected that two things, either that Patrick's recollection of things may not have been accurate, and also the police didn't investigate things. So cue the conspiracy theorists. Ding, 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 ding. And then it just went over, like, what did she tell her mom? And then why didn't you interview her mom and her sister? We all know that they declined, right? So, and then they went back over, like I told you, talking about Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada, and did they prescribe the right things? And did they do the right things? And was Lindsay Clancy honest with her doctors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's pretty much it. If you guys have anything to add that you feel that was important that I missed, please add it. So Erin, the reason why she isn't proven innocent is because she said she did it, and she stipulated to that. So it's not a whodunit, right? Oh, for me, why the bow? So I've been wearing this bow for a long time. It's sort of like my character. So when you're going on and you're looking at all of my stuff, it's like a brand thing. And you're like, who's that lady with the bow? That's why you can recognize me. It's sort of like a character. So I hope you get that. Well, we'll find out exactly how they can find her not guilty. Right. Exactly. We're waiting for the judge's instructions. Exactly. And yes, if you guys think that Patrick has any culpability and you have some evidence, I can give you the FBI's number. I can give you the Duxbury police number. I can give you the Massachusetts State Police number. I can also give you Reddington's phone number. So if you have some evidence that you think Patrick did it, let me know. I'll be happy to pass on those phone numbers. You can call them. Currently, right now, Patrick Clancy has no culpability in the unaliving of the 3 children. He has not been charged with anything. There's been no evidence in this courtroom whatsoever that Patrick did anything. Could Patrick have misstated some things? Sure. Is that what Reddington's trying to say? Yes. Could Lindsay have misstated some things? Because remember, he's interviewing her 3 years later. Remember, Patrick's on the stand 3 years later. People do to the best of their ability. So you guys, sometimes we look at things and we want to see something there. Like we're trying to make fetch happen, right? You want to see it. You want to see that it's there. And sometimes it's just not there. So He could be creating reasonable doubt. That's a good excuse. You have a hard give us the number. Which number would you like, hon? It's not over today yet, Brianna. We are waiting for them to come back. Not going to tell you anything yet because there's still closing arguments tomorrow. I'm not giving my verdict until after we're done. So stay tuned tomorrow after the closing arguments and the judge's instructions. I'll lay it all out for you. I have no evidence that Patrick was cheating. If you have evidence, let me know. Dr. FBI definitely tried to make fetch happen with all his inconsistencies. That's right. By the way, I can give you Dr. FBI's number. Dr. Safoff, I'll give you his phone number. He has a direct connection to the FBI. He is the FBI, and he works for the Behavioral Analysis Unit. So if there's anybody to investigate Patrick, it would be him. Right? When did she say what? That she did it? She stipulated to it. It is in a filed legal document. It's if you guys want to see the stipulation, actually there's two things. Those of you who do not know if she did or didn't do it, there are two things you can go. I have a Facebook page. It's called Legalese123. On it is pinned two things you should go read. One is the stipulation that she made that Reddington filed for the court well before this trial took place. Two, there is her civil suit, and she clearly says she did it in the civil suit. Once you read those, you can't undo and unring those bells. Go read them. Can Reddington still make a motion for mistrial? No. All the evidence is in. It's done. He did do a motion to dismiss at the end, a Rule 25 motion, and he was denied. Has somebody who ever pled guilty been proven innocent later? Yes. There are people who so sometimes people plead guilty to get it over with. They feel like they don't have any other choice to do it, and so they plead guilty. And then you guys know there's all these cold cases are being solved. There are people who are in jail that cold cases are being solved and they get out because they can prove somebody else did it. So can they stream the charge conference? They're supposed to. We're supposed to be seeing it any second now, Grace, where I hope that they were going to come back yet, but they haven't just yet. So stay tuned. I have them live. I'm waiting for them to come back. So I'm also live on YouTube if you want to join me over there. Project Innocence exists to help people who have been found guilty. Yep. Oh, Miss Peaches, I just went over it. They're back. I just redid the feed. I just redid the feed. Where are you watching it from? I'm on East Idaho News. I don't see them back yet. I don't see them back just yet. What feed are you watching? You think Dr. FBI has a bias towards thinking everyone is guilty? Well, he's kind of getting paid to make that statement. So Liz says free Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey. I don't know who they are. No, they're not back. Thank you, Susan. Not coming back until 2:30. Thank you. Not back yet. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Because we don't want to miss a thing, and I don't want to put you onto the wrong thing. Why, prior to true verdict, are they able to throw evidence all over the tables? Weekly road trips. I don't understand what you're saying. Well, with all of this evidence, do you think that she'll walk free? No. Her choices are jail or hospital. That's it. Miss Peaches, I apologize. I just went over a recap. I hope that you got some of it. If not, you can go to my YouTube page. I'm live right now, but you can go on there, same channel name, Legalese123. Make sure to like and subscribe. And you could go forwards to go backwards to see what my recap was. You think Red planted a lot of reasonable doubt with the last two witnesses. Yep, hopefully we're going to stream Chicago 7. Well, everybody says they're not back yet, so I'll just wait to see. Can they find her not guilty, period? There are 3 options. The judge specified that. Well, we're going to wait to see exactly what he specified. And also I want to see the what it states. So until we get that, I'll get that. It's 7 a.m. on 27. Okay. CC, I don't know what that means. Reddington just seemed desperate to throw that out at the last minute. Could be. You're in Jersey, but you go to Boston once a year. If she's found guilty due to insane, will she stay the same place that she is now? There are 2 choices for her. One is where she is now, and then there's another hospital. I forget the name of it. If anybody knows, put in the chat. Those are the 2 options that she'll go to. I think I heard somebody say that she may just stay at Tewksbury, but you will know after she's charged. Yes, calling her a kid 2 times a day. Yeah, I saw that, Amanda. I agree with you. Yep. I saw that. Yeah, calling her a child, that, yeah. You guys, I do. They are coming back. They're coming back in a half hour, Raina. So just hold on. We just got word that they're coming back. I like Reddington. I like his style, but the comments are very unprofessional and inappropriate. And I'm surprised that Judge Sullivan hasn't reprimanded him. But whatever. It's kangaroo court. You guys asked how long. Okay. Does the judge determine the length in the hospital? No. How old is he? He's 75. So everybody doesn't get to him. Somebody asked, when will she go to jail? If she goes to jail, she'll go pretty soon. Pretty soon. Will they reevaluate her periodically, the chance of her being free? Yep. So every year she'll go under, oh, thank you. Every year she will go under an evaluation. Reprimanded who? Judge Sullivan reprimanding Reddington for all his little side comments. But both of them have been a little rude. I think he's stooping to the prosecution's level. What comments can you give some that he said? Well, today he called his fellow attorney, Jen Sprague. She corrected him and said attorney Sprague. And then instead of saying attorney Sprague, he said Jen Sprague again. And the judge said something. And then the witness said Jen Sprague. And then he corrected the witness and said attorney Sprague. It was really funny. Oh, what did I think of the disrespect to the DA by Reddington? Yep. Red is disrespectful and people only harp on the prosecution. They both have been. Why should she be free? I didn't say she was going free. Patrick did it. You love the Reds comments. I thought she's been in jail. She's in the Tewksbury Hospital. She's not been in jail. What's the point of this if she's guilty no matter what? Well, if she's found criminally responsible, she goes to jail. Will they handcuff her if she is found guilty for prison? I think they handcuff her. Well, okay, I don't know for sure, but I would like to think that she's handcuffed every day. You in court don't get to see it. They wheel her out, but I bet you she's handcuffed. I bet you she's handcuffed when she's transported to and fro because she's still a criminal. Now, do they treat her a little bit different because she's in a wheelchair? Maybe, but I would think policies and procedures say you handcuff everybody. She's no different. Will they handcuff her when she goes to jail? Yes. Because if she has her hands free, she could do harm, right? Oh, so let's see. Do we know how the jury is taking his comments? Nope. No, I don't know how the jury's taking his comments. So when people report out and they see what the jury said, actually, I can tell you one thing. Chris, hang on just a second. Let me just see if there's any news. Any news? Christina Rex said this morning, let's see if I can find her. She said that at the break, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me. No, they have not started back up yet from lunch in about maybe about 25 minutes. So at 2:30 my time, 3:30 their time, they're supposed to come back. Hope that you guys got that. Christina Rex, who was in the courtroom today, stated that when they had their break, the jurors were looking around the people in the gallery. So meaning the people who were sitting behind Lindsay and stuff, they were just looking at that. They said they had no expression on their face. They were just looking around. And also there was a pug in the courtroom this morning. Again, I don't know how or why, but there was. I don't know if the jurors were there when the pug was there. Just a pug was in the courtroom. They let anybody in, right? They did dismiss the jury for the day. The lawyers and the judge are going to come back and do what's called a charging conference. That means what is she being charged with? And they also might talk a little bit about the jury instructions. The prosecutors are the attorneys for the child victims. The state is fighting for them. Yes, you're absolutely right. So they're supposed to stop back at 2:30 my time, and now that's almost 3:10. No, 2:30 my time. I'm an hour behind you, Kim. I'm in Central Time, so 3:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 my time. I hope you got that. She's on S Watch right now, Megan. I assume she will totally. So typically, from what I've heard, and if there's any jellies in here, if you are a high profile prisoner, which she is, you are on S Watch you're on S Watch immediately once you get in there from like 24 to 48 hours. That means that you're locked in your cell and that you can't come out of your cell until you only get like 1 hour of like out time. But because she's in a wheelchair and whether or not she needs medical attention or whatever, I don't know how that's going to go. But that's what they'll be. Closing remarks will still happen tomorrow morning. Yes, so tune in. I will be here at 8 a.m. Central. Yes, and 9 Eastern. You don't think that she's a harm to anyone but herself? You never know. Things have happened. Those hands that did such evil to those babies. Yep. All right, let's see. I went up to go down. You just popped on. Are they done? No, Aaron, they're coming back in about 20 minutes, hopefully. Without telling us whose side you're on, can you give us your opinion on who you think has... I'm waiting for the rest of your question, Tay. Tay, what's the rest of your question? Who has presented evidence well? Oh, Tay, that is a teeter-totter for me right now. These last 3 witnesses have really tipped the scale for me in the prosecution side. They came up with some really, really, really good things. And Reddington did not. This last witness, Reddington, in my opinion, did not, regardless of his resume, whatever, did not sway my teeter-totter. Okay, we're coming back, everybody. Here we go.
Return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
All right, here we go, everybody.
18 jurors.
All right. Counsel, I thought we'd have our charge conference at this time. Everybody get a chance. I know you just got the draft that I gave. I know I got one set of proposed instructions from the defendant. Does Commonwealth have anything you wish to offer?
We don't have to motion, but we just do have a few comments and a.
Sure, well, that's kind of what I expected. I know everybody's been on trial, so I thought that's kind of why I thought I'd give you the draft and we could just kind of walk through it. So my thought would be to first go through the Commonwealth's position, and then I'll hear from the defendant. Attorney Buckingham?
Thank you, Your Honor. In relation to your proposed, your draft instructions, I think that Your Honor's instruction regarding criminal responsibility is pretty much the cut and paste of the model instruction. So overall, there's no objection to it. However, the Commonwealth would just like to put on the record that we don't think that voluntary intoxication, the 3 points that were added in to Your Honor's draft are necessary. And I'll just cite to the Commonwealth versus Brown, 449 Mass 747, it's a 2007 case, where it says that an instruction on voluntary intoxication is not required absent evidence of debilitating intoxication. Such evidence must support the inference that at the time of the killing, intoxication impaired the defendant's ability to form any requisite criminal intent. And so in this case, I understand counsel is going to argue, medications, and he's free to argue that to the jury. But as far as instruction goes, we're talking about criminal responsibility. We're talking about mental status at the time of the event, on the day in question of January 24th, 2023. There is no evidence to support that there was intoxication to a debilitating effect, as the Brown case indicates. I think what the best evidence the court has is that the defendant in her journals and in some statements that she made to the experts indicated that at the time of the offense, she was taking amitriptyline and one other medication that she had been on for quite some time. And Your Honor now has evidence that it was a very low dose of amitriptyline. And there is nothing about the observed behavior of her on that day suggesting that there was any debilitating effects of the consumption of prescription medications on that day. So we would ask that those sections not be included in the instruction. If Your Honor is inclined to include them in the instruction, we are asking that you add a qualifier into it's what's listed as paragraph 3, where it starts to talk about.
Is that on page 3, kind of Roman numeral 3?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Says the defendant who lost in substantial capacity, I have just described, involuntarily intoxicated by prescription drugs. We would just ask that you add on the day of the offense to, again, just be clear to the jury that we're talking about her consumption or the consumption of the medication on that day. I did notice a quick typo on page 4 under Roman numeral 4 in that first full paragraph, where it's the consequences of a finding. It says in the maybe 5th line, it starts, if the court concludes the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create a substantial likelihood of serious harm to himself.
Okay.
It's just a pronoun.
Right. Okay, no, I appreciate that.
As far as the remaining charges, instructions on the charges of first degree with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth has no objection to that. I would just note another typo on page 7. Your Honor lists out the Castillo factors. On the third factor, C and D appear to be on the same line, and there are just some numbers in there that I don't think make sense. This is the manner and degree and severity of the force used.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
And as far as the instruction on involuntary manslaughter, the Commonwealth would object to the involuntary manslaughter, and I would cite to the case of Commonwealth versus Garabedian, which is an older case, 399 Mass 304. It's from 1987, and it says that the defendant, in that case, the defendant argued that involuntary manslaughter was required because of evidence of involuntary chemical intoxication. That was a case where the guy was he sprayed chemicals on lawns, and he had an interaction with a homeowner and ended up getting into a physical altercation with her, strangling her, falling off a ledge, hitting her with a rock, and then strangling her with a shoelace. So in that particular case, the court held that an unlawful battery was quite likely to endanger life and hence could not be classified as involuntary manslaughter. So where it's a wanton and reckless conduct theory, I think that Garabedian is right on point to say that in situations like this, where we have the strangling of the individuals, of the babies, of the kids, unlawful battery is quite likely to endanger life, that it shouldn't be an instruction for involuntary manslaughter. So I'd rely on that case to argue that that is should not be included in the instructions. And one more point. Your Honor, at one point when we were arguing about particular pieces of evidence and duplicative evidence,
Yeah.
Your Honor did indicate giving some sort of instruction about the jury didn't consider the fact that there might be duplicative evidence as giving any more weight or importance. And I know you do have a small line in that where it says in the what is evidence section about the strength or proof is not determined by the volume. But I do think, again, based on the particular way in which the evidence came in and how the parties chose to display the evidence, and the fact that we have text messages in several different forms that are presented, some of them the full record, some of them condensed records, that some instruction to them that indicates that they're to give no more weight to any one than the other, even if it does appear duplicative in the record. I'd ask that something to that effect be added.
I think it says that on page 11. Because I do remember that request. If you look at under what is evidence, in this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. So, so I put that in there, and I understand the request to maybe put that in a separate paragraph, but I have addressed it that way. I'll consider not whether I give it a separate paragraph. I do understand the request, but at least that's why I put that in there. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to review this stuff, Judge. If I may, just going through your proposed instructions, Roman numeral 1, introduction is fine. Criminal responsibility, paragraph 1 is fine. Going down on page 2, criminal responsibility, you indicate is a legal term. Not criminally responsible with a mental disease or defect, and then you make reference to lacking substantial capacity either to appreciate criminality or wrongfulness of the conduct or conform the conduct. That's fine. And then you define you don't define it, but you talk about mental disease and defect. I understand that the law is pretty clear that the court does not have to define mental disease or defect, but you've given them a framework within which to make that decision, which is acceptable to the defendant. There is one reference in there where, if I may, not include abnormality only by computer criminal. So you say in that sentence, the phrase mental disease or defect is a
Hold on, let me find that.
I'm sorry, it's page 2.
Yeah.
Second paragraph down after that
I
first
see.
sentence.
I got
Okay.
the phrase. Go ahead.
Yep, mental disease or defect, in quotes, is a legal term, not a medical term. That's fine. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. Fine. The phrase, quote, mental disease or defect does not include abnormality. This is what I'm just looking at. Characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. So number one, I just would suggest, I don't think we have repeated criminal conduct here. I'm just wondering if it might just be a little confusing. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant has a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that defendant was criminally responsible. So I understand and have no problem with, I would think, all the way from it is for you to determine. My only question is in reference to where you put in the phrase about mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. I don't think that that's based on the evidence, so it might be hypothetical, but I just will not have that in. Next paragraph, if the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, then you must consider whether as a result of mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate or the wrongfulness of conduct or conform. That's a fair statement of the law. To establish that the defendant had substantial capacity to conform her conduct, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any disease or defect that may have of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. And then you do indicate that that would relate to the word appreciate, understand, more than merely to know. And then criminality, and then you do get into means the legal significance of conduct, and wrongfulness means the moral significance, which is fine. I would ask that on the next paragraph you add in before wrong in the second sentence, Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or it was, and I would ask that you put in there morally wrong in front of wrong. And then the rest of that paragraph is fine from my point of view. Last sentence, the court notes, defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. And again, I would just ask that you would insert the word morally wrong. That paragraph is fine. Roman numeral 2. A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be because of a mental disease or defect. That's fine, but then the court says all that you need to determine, and I just would ask respectfully that you delete the all that you need to determine. It seems to kind of, and I know that's in some of the instructions, but I think it kind of dilutes the gravity of the issue for the jury. It's almost minimizing the burden for the government. It's unnecessary, so I would ask that that go out. And then you could say the jury has to determine the issue and then go into the rest of the instruction as you put it, rather than saying all you need to determine. Further in that paragraph, where defendant lacks substantial capacity to appreciate. Again, that's appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the law solely as, okay, voluntary intoxication. Believe it or not, after 5 weeks, I think we agree. I would ask that the court not instruct on voluntary intoxication. I appreciate the fact that looking at the model charge, and I know when Your Honor is using that as a guide, they do make reference to voluntary intoxication. I just don't see that there's any evidence here of voluntary intoxication that would trigger a pre-existing mental disease or defect. I don't see that there's any issue such as a lot of the cases, as you well know, when you're dealing with a defendant who's snorting cocaine or shooting fentanyl or smoking weed. I know the case, the recent case of Commonwealth versus Aldo Dunphy, D-U-N-P-H-E, is a guy that had a marijuana psychosis, dependency, and we don't have any of that here. We just have prescription medications that were provided to the defendant. So I would ask that the court not reference voluntary intoxication. I would ask, going down to Roman numeral.
So would you ask, so Roman numeral 2 on page 2, not give?
Yes.
And Commonwealth, that you would be in agreement with that?
Yes, but I think like 2 also follows with Roman numeral 3.
We even got to 3. So I want to make sure that, I just kind of want to make sure as I'm going through this, it's kind of dense, you know, as am I sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
So I just wanted to make sure. So Roman numeral 2, both parties are of the position not to give based on the evidence as it's developed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep,
All right.
thank you.
I'll consider that. I'll strongly consider that.
All right.
And then, so that takes us to paragraph 3.
In paragraph 3, if I'm not mistaken, I did skim it pretty quickly. I think it does also reference voluntary intoxication. And here you're specifying prescription drugs, and if the defendant knew or had reason to know that her intoxication would trigger or intensify a mental disease or defect. I don't think that the evidence supports that. I agree with the Commonwealth. I would ask that Roman numeral 3.
All right. So by agreement, nobody's requesting paragraph 3,
Correct.
and I'm highly
Thank you.
likely not to give that.
All right. 4 is fine, Judge. Roman numeral 5.
4 goes to the same thing. It's just a reiteration of the final. So if
Yeah,
we're
so that would
saying-
go out. Yep.
4 is kind of a trailer to
Right.
3. Okay.
Roman numeral 5 is okay. Paragraph 3, 4. Okay, so again, if I may just say, without skimming them now, anytime it's referencing voluntary intoxication, maybe that could be deleted. Because I see in paragraph 4 on Roman numeral 5 on page 3, it does reference again for voluntary intoxication from prescription drugs and that type of thing. So that would go out. Paragraph 6, talking about in the event that the defendant is indeed acquitted by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. I know the court has the obligation to instruct the jury as to what potential ramifications would flow from that. I believe that's a fair statement of the law. Instructions on murder in the first degree, deliberate premeditation, cruelty and atrocity, those are all fine. Second degree, that's fine. Involuntary manslaughter, I do think certainly the facts as presented and the evidence does justify the instruction as the court.
Let me hear you. What's the argument in regards to the involuntary manslaughter?
Well, the argument regarding the involuntary manslaughter is clearly that the defendant intended the conduct that resulted in the death of the deceased, and the conduct in the event that it was not such that her conduct was as a result of her suffering from a disease or defect, intentional, premeditated, and intended to be cruel and atrocious, that would reduce it down to manslaughter, and it would most certainly be wanton or reckless. I will be addressing voluntary as well, but I think it's clear that on the evidence that if the jury determines that defendant committed an act, defendant, as a result of the act, the victims were indeed died, that there's a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to the individuals as a result of the defendant's conduct, but yet we're not talking about a disease, a defect that rises to the level of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. You would then revert to, or default, if you will, to the standard of wanton and reckless conduct. And we know that wanton and reckless conduct under the Clancy case, basically if a defendant does an intentional act that is not just negligent, it would have to rise to the criminal standard or the criminal level of being wanton or reckless. So I think that would in fact justify an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. If you want, I can continue with the voluntary manslaughter that I would ask the court to instruct. And that would relate to the issue of diminished capacity. I know the court is very familiar with Commonwealth versus Gould. I believe it's 300 Mass 672. Supreme Court decision, Patterson versus New York, that talks about evidence of a defendant's emotional or intellectual or mental state of mind that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it could certainly rise to the level of extreme emotional disturbance, that would be manslaughter, not murder. And that would be under and consistent with the United States Constitution as well as the Massachusetts Constitution, because in addition to Commonwealth versus Gould, we have case law, as I'm sure I know your Honor is aware, that talks about diminished capacity. It talks about mental disease or defect. If in fact there's evidence of a mental disease or defect, mental impairment, but it does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, then under all of those cases I just cited, plus Garabedian at 399 Mass 34, as well as my old case of Thomas Toolin, 490 Mass 698, you can have evidence of mental disease or defect that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it would mitigate or reduce from the ability of the person to know that what they're doing is in fact cruel and atrocious, to know what they're doing does constitute premeditated malice, a forethought. We all know what the concept of malice is. You get the three prongs of malice. There's no doubt that mens rea is important on the concept of malice. And if a jury says, well, look, evidence is that she was going to these doctors, that she was getting prescribed medication, she was taking the medication, she was in a postpartum depression stage. I don't buy the postpartum psychosis, but I think that clearly she was over-medicated or had medications that she was involved with, plus her postpartum depression, that would then justify them to say it reduces her ability to think, to react, to know as it relates to malice, which under those cases I cited would reduce to voluntary manslaughter. So that would be voluntary manslaughter. The willful wanton conduct would be involuntary manslaughter. Reasonable doubt obviously is fine. All the rest of the instructions that you gave or that you would give are fine. I would ask that the court consider the prospect, and by way of considering involuntary intoxication. And I did cite a couple of cases, Commonwealth versus Wallace and Darsh, Piantadosi, as it relates to evidence of involuntary intoxication. And that would apply if, in fact, there's no intentional ingestion of cocaine or some type of illicit drug, but in fact, it's a prescription drug that she was ingesting consistent with the drug instructions, if you will. The drug laboratories and the pharmaceutical companies, they market these products. They have, some of them have black box warnings on them. We've talked about that a little bit in this trial, talked about the age cutoff, but nevertheless, it's scary stuff. You're talking the selective serotonin uptake inhibitors. You're talking about tricyclics. You're talking about antipsychotics. So if in fact this young lady did not have a disease or a defect that rose to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but as a result of the drugs that she was prescribed, not abusing, not mixing with illegal or illicit drugs, that would allow a jury to determine that it would be manslaughter based upon the involuntary intoxication. And finally, I would ask that the court entertain giving a Bowden charge in this case. We know that the case law under Commonwealth versus Bowden allows the court, upon evidence presented to a jury, of inadequate police investigation. Because if you recall, way back in the day on this case, I did move for a bifurcation, and my argument to the court was that defendants in lack of criminal responsibility cases are really hogtied, if you will, because to have the lack of criminal responsibility, you have to admit involvement in the crime. But yet, when you're trying the case with lack of criminal responsibility, the government still has the burden to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of, based on the evidence, that particular crime. And if there's evidence of a police investigation that is deficient, a jury does have a right to consider that as a basis of an acquittal. They can consider that for purposes of finding reasonable doubt based upon the lousy investigation. In this case, it wasn't just a lousy investigation. It wasn't even an atrocious investigation. It was no investigation. In this case, Judge, the police, I think we all would agree, even the government, they basically accepted the fact that she strangled the kids are in the basement, she's guilty, and we move on. They didn't investigate anything. They didn't test the screen. They didn't even take a picture of the screen. They didn't see if there's any blood on the screen. There's no crushers for the alleged crushing of the medications. There's no indication that there's powder that she was crushing the medication to ingest the medication. There's all sorts of questions regarding the blood spatter, the blood. The police never investigated. They come into the court, they talk about their investigation through the crime scene laboratory and state police. And every question that I would ask about the door, about the blood drop on the door, about the siding, they come to 6 months later or whatever, they take the siding, it's degraded, they can't even test it. I could go on and on and on with the horrific investigation in this case. So I think it would be fair for the court to instruct them on Bowden. That's it.
All right. Commonwealth, I know there was one, there were two requests I think that were, you may not have been aware of, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to be heard. One is the Bowden instruction. Also, one is the voluntary manslaughter. Before I let you do that, if I'm looking at the instruction that I have as
Okay, you guys, hold on. I was trying to look to see if there's bombs in the thing. There's no bombs. Don't get your panties into a twist just yet. You know Reddington, he goes off the cuff. He doesn't get to make the charges, you guys. He's not the government, so just hold on. Let's see what's going to happen.
The possible instruction regarding involuntary manslaughter. Ms. Rankin, doesn't, if we took the word involuntary out of there, doesn't that instruction there apply to the argument that you're making, considering the last paragraph?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
Yeah, up on page 8,
Okay.
where it's talking about the manslaughter instruction.
Yes, I do.
It's been in the last paragraph, it talks about the ability to consider evidence from either a mental impairment or consumption of the prescription drugs.
No, I agree with that, Your Honor. If we were to fashion that, I think that instruction would.
So just one instruction?
Voluntary, involuntary, it doesn't really matter.
That's what that's what I wanted. That's kind of what I was thinking, just to go.
I agree with
If
that.
I give it, it would just be one instruction, and I wouldn't name it either involuntary or
Thinking about
voluntary.
it.
It would just be.
He's
if I
thinking
give that.
about it.
Okay. All right, and I think Attorney Buckingham, I don't know, I know the Commonwealth objects to that anyway, so I'm not asking for the assent on that. But what about the Bowden instruction?
So, Your Honor, we would object to the Bowden instruction. Again, counsel is free to argue whatever he wants about the police investigation in this case, but as far as failures of the investigation that have been identified in the course of the trial, I don't see if there is any. And everything that Attorney Reddington just said about what they didn't test, they didn't test the screen. Well, there's clear photographs of the screen and the condition of the screen, and that was very apparent. That was done on the day of the incident. It was documented. Witnesses testified about that. Witnesses gave statements about the window in and of itself. The blood on the outside of the house was observed. There's been adequate testimony about why it wasn't swabbed on that particular day. And there also has been adequate testimony about subsequent decisions to go back and get information or get the swabs from that area and what testing was done, and that there was testing done to identify that it was the defendant's blood that was on the outside. So I think that the evidence, the claims have been made, but the evidence shows that there has been an adequate police investigation. The only point of contention appears to be the drawer and the pill bottles, and there's been some claims made about things that were not done about those things. But again, I think there's been adequate testimony about why those things weren't flagged on that day of the incident. Police weren't aware of the fact that there was actually an ingestion of medications on that particular day. And when they did notify, or when they were aware, we had prescription bottles that were provided by Patrick Clancy, but those bottles in that drawer conveniently never got produced for testing or further analysis. So I think, again, he's free to argue it. I don't think it rises to the level of an instruction. And just to kind of as a side note on a comment about involuntary instruction, I don't think there is a one. So I would ask that the court not consider that, because I don't think there is an actual instruction about it. Again, counsel's free to argue that in the form of intent, in the form of whether, the Commonwealth has met its burden regarding criminal responsibility. But as far as I can find, there's no particular instruction on that. And if Your Honor were to provide an instruction, then according to the case law, if it's raised to that level, then we would have the burden of proving voluntary consumption, which would put all of that back into play that we've now just agreed.
All right. Well, I am going to give a manslaughter instruction in line with basically what's on page 8. I am not going to give a Bowden instruction. The defendant is free to argue that any deficiencies that he feels that are in the investigation, certainly free to argue. I will not give the voluntary intoxication instructions in regards to the criminal responsibilities. So I'll have a better draft in the morning, but I just kind of wanted to let you know what the instructions are so that you can prepare your closing arguments. In speaking of those closings, how much time do you think you may need on that?
I'm usually pretty quick. I would say
20 minutes.
I was thinking more of an hour.
All right, I was thinking of all the testimony, all the exhibits. If the parties want an hour, you don't have to use it all. And like I said, I've seen all three of you try cases, so I know you'll be making progress. So if it gets to 1 hour and 1 minute, I'm not going to push the button. So just so we can kind of have some estimate. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think, before tomorrow?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, Counsel, again, thanks for all your efforts in regards to this. So I'll have a full copy of this first thing in the morning, and we'll do arguments in charge, hopefully as soon as we are ready tomorrow morning.
There is one other minor matter that we've talked about. There is that police report, the security sergeant from the hospital, Brigham and Women's, that we're going to redact and just reduce to like a paragraph. She's the one that I summoned, but she's on maternity leave. And we could introduce that, just that one paragraph. And we're missing one exhibit, which is the Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, but we're going to look and see if the government has it.
We don't have it. I thought that, but we'll double check. I thought that defense had decided not to put in anything from that report because he was going to provide a proposed stipulation for that portions of that report, and then he didn't. So I didn't think that, and then we both rested, and then I rested again. So I didn't think that was coming in, but I'm happy to look over what defense is
Just a
wants to
paragraph.
stipulate to.
All right. So why don't we do that? If there's a need to technically reopen the case so that the parties could put in what they thought they put in, if it's by agreement, if it's just in regards to some of those records, I think we could do that. So anything else?
No.
Oh, about redactions, that was the other thing. Was it just that one report, a couple reports we're going to have to deal with?
I believe that everything that requires redaction has been
Okay.
redacted.
All right.
I think so. Yeah, I'm not aware of anything we have.
All right, I'm just asking. All right, all right. So thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right, hang on. Oh, we had some hot mics going on. Oh boy, everybody. That was so good. That was so good, wasn't it? Didn't you guys like that last minute Reddington kerfuffle? That was so good, wasn't it? It was scary, yes, but you guys, you see, you know, Reddington can argue until the cows come home. He's not the person in charge. He did get manslaughter in, but I knew that manslaughter was already coming in because when they were talking about the redactions and stuff, it was already on there. It was already in the paper, so I already knew that that was coming in. But involuntary manslaughter is not coming in, which is really interesting. All right, so you guys have lots of questions. You're like, what the heck did I just watch? Yeah, they're just talking about the evidence that's going to come in and what they're going to redact and what they're not going to redact. You guys didn't miss too much. All right, so if you're just joining me, hello, welcome to Legalese 1, 2, 3. I'm your host, MissyK. What the heck just happened? I'm going to explain it to you. So make sure before we begin, like, follow, subscribe, etc., etc., etc. A couple of things are going to be true, and a couple of things I'm going to have to look on some things. One, I don't have these documents yet. So as you heard them, they were going so fast. I wrote down as much as I possibly could. I'm going to do my best to give you the language that they said, but I could be wrong. So I need to have those documents. If they by chance get these documents on the docket tomorrow before they go into what they're going to say, then I'll have them for you. Otherwise, we just have to wait until it hits the docket. There's a notation that it's going to hit the docket, but it hasn't been released just yet. All right. If you don't know who I am, I said my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. If you want to watch me live, tomorrow for closing arguments, and you also would like to be with us for verdict watch, I'm live on TikTok, but I cannot show you it because TikTok will ding me. It's copyright infringement. But you can join me over. I have a YouTube page, Legalese123. Definitely hop over there. I am live there as well. There's a nice, lovely chat in there. Like, subscribe, and after I'm done with the stream, I will put up a little poster about tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream will be at 8 Central Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Will they start on time? Your guess is as good as mine. As you just heard, they are going to do closing arguments, approximately 1 hour each, and then the judge is going to give the charges that he just read. But you guys, those are pages. There are pages and pages and pages. I don't know how many pages, but they're a lot. Why are those important? I've told you many, 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 many times. This is the written law. What is manslaughter? What is murder 1? She's being charged with murder 1, murder 2, and now manslaughter. Okay? So they need to have the exact verbiage of what the jury is supposed to consider. Missy, what are those? I'm going to tell you here in just a second. Also, I'm going to post this on my Facebook page. I already did a preemptive one, but I'll do this again. So if you just want to go ahead and read it, and I must remind you, this is my interpretation until thank you, Amy Vaughn. Said the potato in Paris. It's going to be my interpretation until I get those documents. Trust me, as soon as I get the documents, I'll let you know. So definitely go over and look at my Facebook page and like and subscribe to that page too, because that's where I put everything at, as much as I possibly can. So if you guys want to look at some of the evidence in the case, go to my Facebook page. You're going to have to scroll a little bit, but there you go. Why manslaughter? Because Reddington wants it, and you guys, it might be appropriate, right? All right, everybody. So hold on just a second. Let me just read what I had put down before. I did have to go and look up his Bowden charge. All right. So I'm going to read this to you, and then we'll kind of discuss. All right. The enormous legal question is what mental state existed when the unalivings occurred and whether the Commonwealth has proved the required elements beyond a reasonable doubt. M1, deliberate, premeditated, extreme atrocity or cruelty. The prosecutor specifically said that they were requesting first degree and second degree instructions, with the first degree based on both deliberate and premeditated and extreme atrocity cruelty. This is important because a jury doesn't necessarily have to agree with the same theory in order to reach a first degree M, depending upon the final instructions. So we don't have those, but they'll be read out in court, and if we have them, I'll bring them. M2 is the intent and malice. And the intent is to cause grievous bodily harm, intend to do an act which, under the circumstances she knew, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that unaliving would result. That means they did not get the intoxication in. Let me just go over that. No voluntary intoxication to criminal responsibility. I don't think they have the voluntary intoxication, but that wasn't quite stated. Again, you guys, I don't have the exact charging documents. I'm just going off of what they were talking about the last time with the charge conference and kind of combining what we have currently right here. All right, hold on just a second. We're going to go over manslaughter. Okay. One second. I got to get up the SJC ruling. Okay. 1 second. I gotta scroll through some. Gotta scroll through law. Okay, so manslaughter, as you may or may not know, is what's called a lesser offense, an alternative charge to the primary counts of first degree M and the second degree M. So manslaughter conviction would mean that the jury finds her that she unalived her children, but did so without malice, extreme atrocity, or deliberate premeditation, which is required for a first degree M. So it frames her tragic event as a crime committed under a severely diminished mental state or sudden, overwhelming, well, that's not, that other part doesn't count. It said provocation, but she wasn't pushed to do it. So essentially, it builds like a safety net for the defense that if by chance the jury can't convict her on 1 and 2, they at least have 3. It's kind of like in Karen Reed's case. If you guys know the Karen Reed case, if they felt like the jury needed to convict her on something, they ended up putting the OUI charge in there, even though she was clearly drunk. So they put that in there as sort of like, if you really, 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 really need to charge her with something, then here you go. So it's sort of a last ditch effort. If you don't think it's M1 and you don't really think it's M2, could it be manslaughter? And then if she does, then it's just how much prison time does she get, right? So I think first degree and second degree is life without the possibility of parole. Manslaughter carries a statutory maximum of up to 20 years in state prison. There is no mandatory minimum. So there you go. Yeah, for each charge, each charge, each kid is a charge. So yes. Yes. Again, I need to see what the charging documents are to be exact precise to you. I'm just giving you what I think it might be. Yes, there's an insanity plea as well. It's called mental disease or defect. Sorry, my ear is itching. All right, so let's see if I can go to some of your questions. I'll do my best to answer them. Kimberly says goodbye. Yep. Well, you guys, please make mistakes. Please make mistakes all the time. And if you guys have seen the Karen Reed case and you don't think that Karen Reed got off with having a Bowden in there, they tried a couple of times to get a Bowden defense in there. It didn't work. All right, let's go look at your questions, okay? I'm going to go up to go down to see if I can answer them. How did it end? She's going to be charged with some crimes. That's how it's going to end. The baby sentence is forever, sadly. That is absolutely right. What defense for Karen Reed? Yes. I'm kind of comparing the two. Unless they have any evidence to open up anything in reference to Patrick, I would say no. How would they take care of her in prison? We already talked about that. What happened today? They just went over the charging conference. They're charging her with M1, M2, and manslaughter. Is the trial over for today? Yes. They'll be back tomorrow morning with cross-examination, they'll be back tomorrow with closing statements. Patrick can only be placed on trial if they have evidence against him. Can the juror find her innocent or even an acquittal? No. Okay, so hypothetically, sure. Is it going to happen? No. Court's over for the day. Has the insanity part been dropped? No. A recap of today. I've already gone over it. If you want, Luke's mom, if you want a recap, go to my YouTube page, go under live. Today is day 21. You can just go forwards to go backwards, and you can also put it on very fast speed. I already did that. So you guys, Reddington already asked for an insanity plea. They went really quickly. So we didn't get the full rundown. They just went over if there was anything. They had a charging conference last week. I covered it. That was pretty much the gist of it. And today was just looking that over. And then as you heard, Reddington was arguing something else, which I knew was not going to come to fruition. It could be up to at least 20 years. Yes. Per each child, per each charge. She's charged with 3 counts of each one of them. So it would be 3 times 20, which is 60 years. Already asked that for each child. Yes. Per charge. Yes. Yes, there's still an insanity plea. Yep, that's still there. It is. This was just kind of go over what they did on the last one. It depends, Stephanie. It depends on if they find her not guilty by reason of mental defect, then she goes to the hospital. If they find M1, if they find M2, if they find manslaughter, jail. That's right, mental hospital or jail. Well, if you guys think, Spider, if you think they need to do another investigation and you have some evidence you'd like to share, please call the Duxbury Police or the FBI. No, they did not add the involuntary intoxication. They took that out. Beth loves flowers. How would they take care of her in prison? Well, I'm sure they have what's called like a health ward, an infirmary area. That's probably where she would be housed. Love is Love says prosecution won. Nope, insanity part's still going to happen. Yep, Lindsay will have to be taken care of no matter what her condition. Her parents can't help her forever. Manslaughter is up to 20 years per charge. So 3 times 20 is 60 years if she gets manslaughter. That's right. If she's found guilty, it will be jail. If she's found not guilty by reason of mental defect, it will be the hospital. And I'm sure there's probably a not guilty on there. And she already said she did it. So I just need the wording. I just need the wording on what it exactly is. How many will deliberate? There will be 12 jurors in the box. There's 18 right now. 6 will be yeeted. Will she be on S-Watch for the rest of her life? I don't know. I don't know how long she would have to be on S-Watch for. So if she's found guilty of manslaughter, how long would she have? Approximately about 60 years. Nope, insanity's still there. Murder 1, M2, manslaughter. What's the point in closing statements if they say manslaughter? She gets lesser time. Why do I think it's gonna what? Whatever, she will be locked up for life. Okay. Did Reddington say there was no police investigation? He sure did. He said lack of. People need to understand this is not a trial about if she did it or not. Absolutely. She said she did it. What do I think of Red's last question of last witness? Gamer girl, you can be more specific. You think a hung jury might be possible? Very possible. Could be. She admitted to it. If found not guilty, where does she go? She's not going to be found not guilty, Meg. She said she did it. Why was she not to be able to be a witness? She decided not to testify. I'm sure there was a proffer on that, and unfortunately, we didn't get to see it because they must have done it off camera. Okay, Meg. Meg, goodbye. So no matter what, she will be either in prison or state hospital. Yes. Will the verdict be delivered tomorrow? No. I doubt it, Lizzie. I doubt it. Why would she not be a witness? Because she needs to have her expert speak for herself. Just think, if she's up on the witness stand, they can ask her anything within reason, and anything you say can be used against you. 60 years, that's good, but life in prison is better. Red lost this case. Do all 18 deliberate? No, only 12. 6 will be removed. Do they run concurrent? I don't know. I don't know what that will be. I don't know if I lost it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see when if that comes to that case, we'll see what the judge has to say if they'll be concurrent or not. When was Reddington read DA? Was Reddington's read DA's opening statement and DA witnesses said it minimized? Kyle, I don't know what you're asking. You wonder what her current mental state is? She's probably crapping in her pants right now. What did she plead in her civil case? Go read it. Can she walk free, or is it jail or mental hospital the only options? It's jail or hospital. If guilty, how would the prison take care of her? She'd probably go to the hospital ward and be taken care of that way. What's Bowden? Okay, that's a good question. Oh, let me see where I had that. You guys, I have like 30,000 tabs open. Oh, it's embarrassing right now. I need to clean up my stuff. Hold on, everybody. I was looking up the medical examiner. I was looking up a whole bunch of stuff. Let me get rid of all this stuff. Nope, you can go away. Oh, yes, the sentences run concurrently at the same time. Oh, then, sorry, the judge can choose that. The judge can choose whether it's concurrent or consecutively. Now I lost the question. Sorry, squirrel. Can she be removed from S-Watch? Sure. It depends on how they're doing this. Can they reopen the investigation if they have evidence? Right? If you have evidence, call the FBI. So the jurors, you guys, the juries can deliberate for whatever. So what happens is the jurors come in the morning, and probably like at 4 o'clock, if they're not done deliberating, the judge will call everybody back in and say, okay, jurors, it's time to go home. Now you have to come back the next morning. This is only Monday through Friday. If they do not come up with a verdict by Friday afternoon, then they go home for the weekend and they start back up on Monday. Some places let the jurors deliberate much longer. I think in Massachusetts, they do have like a time limit. So we'll see what the judge has to say. Eva says, I'm the best host. Thank you. Thank you for following me. Thank you for all the likes and everything. Okay, I'm not giving any of my opinions until after closing arguments tomorrow. Did I get to eat lunch today? No, Amanda, I didn't, but it's okay. I'm tired and I'm cranky right now. I'll eat in just a few minutes. You've narrowed it down. Last stretch before we go get Elsie gets what she did. She said she did it. She said she did it. She did. Does she still hear voices? No. Am I an attorney? No. Can they bring charges to Patrick? If you have evidence, do I think that she did it? She said she did it. How long in a mental hospital? That is up to the prisoner board. So remember when FBI agent was talking about how I forget what they called it, but it was the prisoner board. It's up to the prisoner board, right? She will go under an evaluation every year just to see a mental competency. And then it's up to the prison boards to whether or not that they think she should be let go. I'd be scared. Anything can happen. Do I think that she did it? I know she did it. It is a matter of where I think she's going to go. I wasn't asking, I was letting you know that Reddington's last question was since you didn't remember. Oh, Kyle, I'm sorry. The feed jumps. There's 634 of you in here, so I apologize. If hung jury, do they get another trial? Racy, that's up to the prosecution. If there is a hung jury, they get to decide whether or not they're going to charge her again. Explain exactly what she did in the kids in the civil suit. Alexandra, go read it. It's on my Facebook page. It's a good read. It's only about 20 pages. Like I feel she said she didn't because that's what everyone else is telling her. Well, she stipulated to it. She signed a legal document. So she also did in the civil case as well. Naomi, I already covered the civil case. It's on my YouTube page. Go under live or go under Lindsay Clancy playlist. It was last Sunday, not this past Sunday, the Sunday before. But if during verdict watch we have some time, I will look at that as well. They'll do closing arguments tomorrow. Oh, the Bowden instruction. That's what you meant to ask. I apologize. Okay, I went up to go down. All right, the Bowden defense. All right. It lets a criminal defendant argue in court that the police did a poor and sloppy or incomplete job investigating the crime. It is a case. It's case law, right? It's Commonwealth versus Bowden. It is from the Mass Supreme Judicial Court case. And it points out flaws. The defense attorney highlights what the police failed to do, such as not interviewing key witnesses, ignoring helpful tip, failing to test physical evidence. It could create a reasonable doubt. The main goal is to show the jury that the police investigation was so careless or so rushed that the jury cannot be 100% sure if the person was accused. That is a court case. You guys can go read it. It's Commonwealth versus Bowden, Bowden. Reddington cannot argue it because it didn't happen. No, it's not allowed. He can't. He tried to, but he can't. The prosecution goes first, then the defense and the prosecution can go again at the end if they choose to. He thought Reddington having the last expert witnesses saying the prosecution's opening statement minimized what? I'm still not following you. I apologize. I cannot believe the police never tested the powder on the nightstand. So here's the thing. When police go into a criminal investigation, they don't test everything. A, they don't need to. And B, they may not have to, especially if they know who did it, right? This isn't a who done it. And again, if they thought that there was any sort of shenanigans with Patrick, then they would have investigated more, but they didn't feel there was anything going on with him. Betsy, there are people do a Bowden defense. A lot of people do, especially Massachusetts, because it is messed up. Messed up. I mean, it's messed up. Right. And Amanda just said if there was police misconduct, we would have heard of it. Right. So Reddington had to have really, really argued that, and that would have been the defense. So the defense has to give their theory to the case and what evidence that they're going to argue beforehand. That's with all these pretrial hearings and motions and what have you. If he was going to argue a Bowden defense, he would have to have disclosed that to the defense way early on, and we would have heard a lot more. Now, there were some smatterings here, and as you see, Reddington snuck it in at the end, but he knew it wasn't going to fly. But he's trying. He knew it wasn't going to fly. I knew it wasn't either. Why wouldn't they test it? Because they don't have to. They're the ones that are doing the investigation, right? It's not a who done it. They already know who done it. Whether or not she crushed up the pills, it doesn't matter. That does not negate the fact that 3 children are not with us anymore. The pills, the medication, the rugs did not unalive the children. Does that make sense? Whether or not she took them or not doesn't matter. That's not what's in question of the crime. Is she criminally responsible? That's what she's being charged for. Or was she mentally incapacitated? That's it. And we know what was in her system after she was arrested. Everything was at normal levels except for the quetiapine. And at that moment when she took the quetiapine, it did not, the crime had already happened. So it was after the fact. So it is a non-issue. I hope that you guys get that. Bye, Debbie. Do all 18 deliberate? No, only 12. I do seem a little hangry. I told you I'm very tired. Just because she goes to prison doesn't mean she won't be on the meds to try to keep her stable. Yep. So I had to shut down right before the judge ruled on those instructions. Is involuntary allowed? So the intoxication out, but manslaughter in. Oh, you guys. So K-Bugs, that's a really good question about did she hear voices or was it just thoughts? These past 3 psychiatrists who were on the stand said that they were intrusive thoughts. They did not believe that she actually heard an outside external voice telling her to do what she did. I hope that answers your question. And the reason why they said that is because it was only for 18 minutes and she was inconsistent with what she was saying, and that there were a couple of other little factors about the who, what, where, when, how, and why. Buckingham was the one that opened. I assume she's going to close as well, but I could be wrong. Katniss, you may have heard that she only admitted because that's what she was told, but Katniss, she signed a legal document, so it is what it is. How do they deal with the inconsistencies in Patrick's testimony and others? All the evidence is in. You heard it just like I did. TVS, if you're talking about the Van down by the river TikTokity suspects or suspicious stuff, no. I saw something on it and I just went past it. The term Van down by the river is an old term, and Reddington is 75. He's not making any reference to the river. Thank you. I will. I'll get some sleep in just a little bit. None of these people have done their research. You guys, Tootie, go to my Facebook page and read the reports. Okay, this is the last time I'm going to talk about it. Go to my Facebook page. It's the same channel, Legalese123. Read her civil case. Read the pinned stipulation. Then come back to me with questions. No, the judge won't sequester jurors. He didn't sequester them now. He's not going to sequester them. We already answered that question. Yeah, Bowden was a reach. I thought it Amanda, I did find it interesting and funny. I did appreciate that. Yes, you guys, TikTok is not evidence. TikTok's not evidence. All right. I think I got to that. All right, just a few more questions and then I got to go for the day. You've been off for most of the day. Have they wrapped for the day? Is there a short summary? Laura, they are done for the day. Go to my YouTube page. I'm live on there right now. You can go forwards to go backwards. I did several different summaries. I can't do any more right now. Do you think Lindsay really cares at this point? Her life is over. Fish, fish. So you already said that a couple of times. Don't get banned. A lot of information. Did they come back? I'm sorry. Had to step away for a bit. Bert, they did. I'm sorry. They did argue. They're doing M1, M2 manslaughter, but not anything with voluntary or involuntary intoxication, I believe. They went over so quickly that I don't have exactly what they're going over. I hope to get the documents probably not until tomorrow morning, but we'll hear it in court tomorrow. Okay. Okay, Alexander, I'm trying to get to you. Ava, I'm gonna have to unpin that for a second because I can't read what this person said. You know someone who confessed to a crime, but it turns out they didn't do it. That happens all the time. That happens all the time. And if there's evidence that that person didn't do it, then there are a lot of people who get out of jail because of that. You guys, I've told you, I'll tell you time and time again, all of these cold cases that had DNA, they're retesting that DNA and they are starting to pick people up from many, 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 many years ago to be charged for the crime that they committed or allegedly. Do the jury choose which count they find her? Yep. Yes, they do, Flower Girl. So they're going to say count 1, M1, and there's going to be a box that says yes or no. And then, well, I don't know exactly what's going to be on the jury form, but this is just my guess. And then there's going to say, they're like, if you don't think that she did M1, go to M2. If you don't think she did M2, go to manslaughter. If you don't think that she did manslaughter, then she's found not guilty by insanity. But we have to see what that document's going to be. I could be absolutely wrong, and I don't mind being wrong. It's going to be okay. Nope, closing arguments will be tomorrow. Your husband had agents come and pick up a man from his work from the late 80s. Yep. Prosecution's thinking that they got to go to M and not man. Lindsay has demonstrative knowledge of the crime. The only J-Rock bringing receipts, man. What time am I going to be giving my thoughts? After the judge has given his jury instructions, while we're in verdict watch. So everybody, get your snacky snacks ready, get your drinks ready, etc. Because it seems like the prosecution's going to go for an hour. The defense is going to go for an hour. I don't think that the prosecution's going to go again, but you just never know. Then there's going to be the charges read to the jury. So that's about 3 hours. If they start anywhere around 9, 10, 11, 12. So they might be done, just as I said, they might be done by lunchtime. The jurors will go to lunch. They will eat lunch, and then they'll start deliberating. So I would be very shocked and surprised if there was a verdict tomorrow afternoon. I'd be shocked. I'd be so shocked. I would be shocked if there was a verdict on Thursday. I would not be shocked if there was a verdict on Friday afternoon, is my thoughts. But you just never know what a jury's going to do. So what are you guys going to do? You guys are going to follow me. You're going to wait and you're going to sit with me and we're going to talk things over and we're going to have fun and we're going to talk about a whole bunch of everything else. YouTube, I didn't forget about you guys. I'm coming over to you now. You're a little bit asking, but what does it mean for a hung jury? Fuchsia's Gaming, TTTB. I hope you're still here. Hung jury means that they can't decide. they need to be unanimous on their decision. If they can't decide, they'll get instructions from the judge, then they'll have to go back. Then if they still can't decide, there'll be another instruction the judge will read, and then they go back. By the third time, if they still can't decide, the judge will say, okay, you're done. Thank you for your service. And then if it's hung, then the prosecution gets to decide. Hung means there's no answer. She's still in custody. She doesn't get released. The prosecution decides whether or not she's going to be tried again. And if she is, then we go through another trial. If she isn't, they might plead. They might give a plea, and then they'll figure that out. Right. That means they cannot agree. They have to be unanimous. Everybody has to say yes, M1, or yes, M2, yes, M slaughter. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, great. Am I getting aggravated? Time to close. It's just that people keep asking the same questions over and over again, and then we get the Patrick stuff over and over again, and then people keep spamming the chat with the same question over and over again. You know how TikTok is, and it's a little frustrating, and I am a little aggravated today. I apologize. You had an issue come up. Closing arguments were not made today. Verdona Gentry. Closing arguments will be tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Be here. That's Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central time. But I'll make a post. So you don't know what state hospital is like in Massachusetts, but you worked inpatient in state hospital in other states. States hospitals is not an escape, regardless of our location. Lindsay Clancy will be living in HE double hockey sticks. Thank you, Amy, if you're still on here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, my law lovies, it is time for me to go. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much for all the likes and the gifts. Oh, we made it to 84%. I can't read. So tomorrow, you're from the UK and you have watched since the start and you feel so broken for her. Yeah, I know. It is. It's a lot. It's a lot. And just remember, whatever side you're on or whatever the jury decides, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And just remember, in the end, it's right. You feel so broken for the children. I was just going to say, it's all about the kids, right? It's all about the kids. So there's nothing, we can't bring the kids back. And we might do wheelchair marathons. So what my anticipation is, once the jury gets, once it's lunchtime, you guys know I might get something to eat, might take a small little break. I will go over my timeline. I will go over my thoughts. We're also going to have a poll so you all can poll. There's going to be a poll on TikTok. There's going to be a poll on YouTube. So don't worry, everybody. We're going to come together. There's going to be 2 different polls. One is going to be what the charges are, and what you think it's going to be. And then there's going to be another one about when you think perhaps maybe the jury might come back. Then we're going to just chat for a little bit. We're going to, we might open it up and we might do some chatty chats, which is making sure everybody is nice. What's for dinner? I don't know. Nothing from 3V. I don't have a 3V around here. We'll have a nice chatty chat. And just remember, if you can't be nice, you will be yeeted. So we'll try to have a nice little chat because I know people want to chat. On the second day, Thursday. No, sorry. What is tomorrow? Oh, goodness. Oh, wait. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. See, I'm totally off on my days. So, oh God, you guys, I'm totally off. All right. I don't see that there's going to be a verdict tomorrow, which is Thursday. I don't think there's going to be a verdict on Friday. I think they're going to come back on Monday, is what my guess is. I know I misspoke that, but now that I thought about it. So on Friday, we are going to, yes, tomorrow is Thursday. It just feels like Friday because, you guys, I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning. I didn't get much sleep, and I can tell you that my brain is very, very tired. On Friday, while we were waiting for verdict watch, we'll try to do a couple of things. We might go over the civil case, and I can tell you where the civil cases are, what's going on with them, etc. We also might do some chatty chats, or we also might look at Rosemary Scapiccio's barbecue she gave to Lolly this morning, or whomever else was on the stand, or what the heck Rosemary Scapicchio did. If not, no worries. We have plenty to go on to, but I will tell you what's going on each and every day. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. C Forever's been up since 5. Oh, girl, you and me both. It's time. It's Betty by time, right? All right, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing, liking. Thank you, everybody, for the gifts. I really appreciate it so, so much. I'm going to get some new headphones. I have some really, you guys, I have some exciting things that are going to come up for my community. So many great things coming up for us. I just have some small legal things I need to take care of. And once I get that going, I'm hoping everything will be wrapped up by this weekend. And then we'll be announcing some things. And it's really exciting. So yeah, thank you so much, D1. And just remember, buckle up, because we have more cases we're going to go over. We're going to go all the way back to go forward, which means we're going to go from a case from starting from the beginning. What are the motions? What's being argued, etc. And then we're going to follow it slowly until it gets to trial. And then when it gets to trial, you're going to be like, yeah, I remember that, or I remember that. So yes, Callie, it's over for today. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 Central, 9 Eastern, and watch your spaces because I'll put it all over the place. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, and make sure to like and share because, you know, there's anybody else who wants to watch it. I gotcha. All right, everybody. Bye-bye. Tomorrow. See ya. All right, my YouTube law lovies, how are you guys? I always come over here in the mornings. I always come over here and talk to you first. And then in the evenings, I talk to you too. I feel like sometimes I forget about you guys. I don't mean to. It's just that TikTok, you know, there's so many people over there and they just blah, 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 you know. So don't worry. I always come back over here and I see what you guys got going on. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. And when you go onto YouTube, you've got like a little box. You just click on that box and it says your host will be here soon. And you guys can actually send me messages before I get on. I see them. So we'll see you again tomorrow morning. All right. There's a cute little outro at the end. So wait for that. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching Legalese 1, 2, 3. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.